I think we got the context wrong a little bit, Hank. Just to stay on topic real quick, this is not really a war on single mothers. It's a war on baby mama mentality. There's a huge difference between baby mama and single mother. We don't really like baby mamas like that, but it's really the mentality of the baby mama has infected so many of our women, and it's destroying our homes, and they teaching it to the younger ones. We got 6th and 8th graders talking about I don't want to get married. I can just collect child support if I had a baby. So we staging a war on baby mama culture, and sometimes that gets misconstrued because the reason you can tell that most men will accept a woman with children is because widows have a higher remarriage rate than most women, I believe, than divorced women. Right? So men will actually accept a woman that comes with children, just depend on how she behaves. That baby mama culture that I'm talking about, it has a lot of entitlement behind it. And shout out to P Ray and everything. I was cheerleading her too. She was dope. And she just made one mistake. She made one mistake, and I don't even blame her for it because I see it all the time on these panels. Being a single mother is an insecurity for them. They can't deal with that. So the second that comes out to the forefront, and the reason she started to get a little bit attacked by Kenny, I think I even jumped in there, by Darwin, is because just because we feel insecure, we don't defend bullshit. We have to have a boundary, especially as men. There's single fathers right now on this panel. If somebody came up to you and asked you, is this the right way to do it? Would you do this all over again this way? No. Men have to be objective and be like, nah, I'd have stayed with the woman, man. I'd have made it work. The kids need me in that house. That's the way men talk. So we expect women to be that objective, but they cannot do it. They refuse to because it's an insecurity for them. So what they all want to pretend to do is pretend that they are the exception, and they want to cancel and dominate the conversation. That's why they're always bringing up abuse. Yeah, that's what we don't like.
It's some men that do.
So, Mike, you're proving what I said was right. What I said earlier, it wasn't about the situation, and it wasn't about the her leaving because of whatever the situation, because he feeling emasculated. The whole thing was about her being a baby mama.
No,
that's what I said.
He didn't play all the clips, but what she did was her and DJ were going back and forth all night. As soon as she heard the word single mother, she jumped on that side and started to defend things that were against everything else she said. So she was anti-baby deletion, saying that our babies need a chance to be born. She was like standing on a mountaintop with her fists like this. And then instead of doubling down on the rhetoric and saying our children need to be raised in 2-parent homes to make sure they are socially, emotionally, and behaviorally well-adjusted, because of her insecurity, she jumped on the toxic side. Simply because it was a pain point for her. That's not mature, bro.
It's not mature. She hadn't crossed yet in her own life.
That's not what I'm saying, though. Listen to what I'm saying. Darwin was pressing, and Kenny was pressing the issue about her being a single mother, and what the statement she made: a single mother could raise a child. And I sit there and accused. I said, Darwin, you was on this woman about this shit. That clip that JR showed proof to what I was saying. They just y'all said nothing about emasculation no more. Go ahead, bro.
I still stand on that. Like, I don't think a single mother, I don't think a woman should be raising a kid on her own. I don't.
The key
I think we need to get I don't care if you had a real, I don't care if you had a legitimate reason to leave.
I don't care.
You still shouldn't be raising that kid on your own. There should be a father figure in that household. That's just what I believe.
Is he not flipping again?
No. This is no.
Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question? You said your partner. Are you with man, woman? I'm just being respectful.
My friend Marcus. That's why I said my partner, like my friend, he came to this church so that we can be in this neutral space and do this show.
Oh no, I was just needing clarification because you said me and my partner.
That's why it's 2 names right there.
Like homie.
My homie. Yeah. My guy.
Okay, well, it's not a problem to just get clarification for smoother
Yeah.
transition within the
No,
conversation.
we talked about this, but you just got here. No, Marcus brought me to this space. We in this to understand that women not just choosing this, it is the act of self-preservation. I'm telling you because I've seen it. Now, my mother's side, my grandparents were married 32 years. My mom and daddy met when they were 12, and my daddy died on my mama's 55th birthday. Okay, that's all I know is stable marriages. But I understand it on both sides because I've seen it on both sides. And what I'm saying is the women who choose to leave those situations are doing so for self-preservation and not in a selfish way.
That's another
but
word for
it's
selfish.
able to take care of themselves and their children. No woman is leaving a man
Yeah.
that got a healthy, stable, happy home just to be a single mama out here.
What about the
Nobody
child?
wants that for themselves. That's not a choice.
What about
So
the child?
now, P-Ray,
According
sorry.
the problem with that, which Kenny is already articulated, was that those are outliners that you're describing, right? Statistically, that's not what women are actually reporting. They're not reporting abuse. They're not reporting that their significant other just all of a sudden decided to be a hardcore drug user. They're leaving because of, in the very beginning, it's just hyper individualism. You choose your happiness over the welfare of the child, and it's damn selfish.
No,
and that's
no,
what we're talking about.
no,
We're talking about the
you
majority of
misunderstand
cases. We
me.
don't want to
Hold on, let
really
him
dig into the
finish.
outlines.
Motherhood over that marriage. And like I said, that's okay. Women can do that. Again, if you choose to be a good mama over being a good wife, that's your business because your investment is in those children. That's it. And if you can accept it, okay, we don't got to keep arguing about it. That's my opinion that I came here with. We're not going to change it.
No, so the problem is
really-
we're promoting breaking up families. That's what we're trying to get away from,
No,
right?
we want
to know
families. We want
what's
the
wrong
families.
what's
We
wrong
push
with
those
our
babies out of
community.
our vaginas. We want a family. We want the pictures. We want the matching pajamas. We want it all. Oh my God, we dream about how this baby is going to look like this man we made love to. You understand? This is what
Modern day women are exhibiting, right? What they're doing is mating with this man and then that man collecting, just bone collecting. Cases they're not vetting properly. They're not going according to men that they would be able to build a life with, build a family, build a legacy with. They are choosing men that look good, that sound good. He talk cool. He getting money. That's what women are looking for. And then they get pissed off because this guy already has 3 baby mothers and he
about no other woman in her situation. That's not mine. I'm talking about
That
myself.
majority of
Well,
women
I'm
are
saying-
walking away.
yeah, but we're
from,
talking about
that's
majority.
anecdotal,
We could all
you
have
know. We are talking about why women. This is the reasons that
None
women
of
are
those are
initiating
reasons.
divorce.
None of those are reasons to divorce.
those are reasons.
Every last one of those are stupid.
You know, you can.
Breadwinner have to be the
As these
somebody.
A lot of men
Talk to your
deny
wife.
therapy. A lot of men deny therapy.
It'd be nice if we could find what I said. I don't even know if I even spoke on it, to be honest with you.
So everything I said was true. Everything I said was true. She stated that said individual brought her there. I said what I said. Asked for question wise, broke it down chronologically, showed how this woman was selfish. Hink, I see what you're saying, but she stood on, she died on the hill saying that when I gave her, being a single mother is not the best ratio wise to raise a child. She fought it. Suppose I got money. Suppose I do this. What about isms? Then we found out more that she was not a virtuous wife. It was all good when she was in Senegal and he was doing everything to protect her, care for her, feed her, keep a roof over her head. When she came to America, she stated, we have not heard from him, that she felt that he felt emasculated after she did the movie role and then had to make space. Then she tried to quantify the majority of women leave because they get SA. And still don't want the correction from people that talk about it all the time or willing to cite it, go on mute, find the numbers, and then readdress the situation. I know
I
it.
think that's not,
we got
that's not
to
conversation never went back there. See, that's the problem. The conversation never went back to the original, the root of the problem. Her emasculating the man and her leaving. It never been back there. The whole conversation stayed on this single baby mama thing. And that's why I accused Darwin of first she was cheerleading for, and now you went to soon you found out this information, all said, are you against her? Because she talked about she was a single mother and how a single mother can raise a child. Don't need
If you look at the clip,
What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T. Shanley as a sponsor of today's video. T. Shanley simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But there's and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today. It's go time. What's going on? What's going on? How y'all doing? Everybody doing? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Miss Ty from the shop. Got Simone.
Yo, I'm getting my camera ready.
Okay, little ratchet. Trev.
Then he gonna say, okay, little ratchet. I can't take that.
Aaron McPherson, Coco Stiletto, Aisha, me, myself, and Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
What it do? What it do?
Somebody got a dog. That's all technical. What's going on, man? What's all that
Not
noise?
much. What's going on with you?
Not much, man. I'm hearing some dogs barking or something, man.
Okay. Hey, baby.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Anyhow, welcome to the show, man. Good to see you guys. Somebody dropped off, but they should be pulling up. Marcus and Sweeney should be pulling up shortly, and I'll introduce them when they come on. Let's go get the housekeeping out the way. What's going on, Al? Is in the chat. Dale Matthew. 20 Black Records. Bakerman. Daniel Berry Sport Highlights. We got Trev is in the chat as well. Christopher Matthews. The Knight and the Bishop. What's going on? The Legacy. Mr. Shannon Rawls is in the chat as well. He says, let's go. I'm excited to watch this show. I had to set my reminder on this one. Salute. Thank you, sir. Miss Angela Swift and Sanyan One. Dale Matthews. Welcome, everybody, man. Good to see y'all. Let's see who this is. It's M. White right here. What's going on, brother? Got Marcus in the house as well. All right, so let's go ahead and get this started. Click that Tej Hanley link that's in the description. Tej is actually doing some early Black Friday deals and half off skincare routines for this month. So make sure you guys click that link that's in the description and fill it. Tej. What's going on? Chat. Lives matter. Peace to everybody, man. You guys seen the title? The Black community is in crisis. The Black community is in crisis, man. So we got some topics we're going to dive into that has been hitting the airwaves. A lot of controversy that's been going on. So I am looking forward to that. Let's see how we do this. Yeah, a lot of controversy going on. First topic we're going to dive into is that trophy wife. Are you guys familiar with that? The trophy wife situation? What's going on? Okay, that's you, Coco? Trophy wife? Okay.
I was talking about the woman that finally just broke up with her husband.
Yeah.
Found out he was molesting her kids.
Yeah. So we're gonna dive into that first. I know Darwin always brings this up all the time about biblical principles. That's why you guys see the Bible on the thumbnail, because I'm just wondering if we need to bring shame back, if we need to start practicing the biblical way. I don't know what's going on, but what we do know is that the Black community is in crisis. So I know Darwin is heavy into the word. So I do look forward to hearing that side, that spiritual side. So hopefully you can bless us with a good word today, Mr. Darwin McPherson. And if we do got any witches on the panel, let us know now if you feel uncomfortable, because you might want to creep up out of here, because it's gonna probably go that way. I expect the panel to be respectful this evening, man. Let's make sure we not talk over each other. Some people mics are so. So if you guys are talking here in the echo, just be mindful of what the audience is listening to, as well as the panel. I want everybody to be able to flush out their ideas. I don't know, who knows? We might get a pop-up from DJ. Maybe you guys might be able to summon her, and she may be able to bless us with her presence. But we shall see. We shall see. You just never know what's going to go on today. But I'm looking forward to the conversation. This is a safe space, so everybody's opinion and perspective is welcome. If you are getting triggered, just let me know if you're getting triggered, and I'd rather you let me know before you guys decide to go off. But I don't predict that'll happen, but you just never know, because it's a sensitive subject. So I do want to make sure that we can have a discussion. That's what it's all about. Y'all good?
Yeah. Hey, I think it's a few cats that may not know about HR yet. We got a few newbies.
Yeah. We do have a hurt feelings report that we can send over via email or DM. We are able to send PDFs over DM now. Technology has improved. So if you guys do have a hurt feelings, you in need of one, just let me know, and I'll make sure I get in contact with HR, and we'll take the proper protocol. I know last Thursday we had to do a couple drops, so we had to get the piss lady in so we can see what was going on, because some people's emotions was off the chain, and we didn't even know if they came to the panel high or not.
Yeah, I know I'm sensitive, so thank you for the disclosure.
Okay. Shout out to all the sensitive folks out there. Shout out to everybody that's going on their spiritual journey as well. That's currently in the healing process, currently seeking therapy, and been seeking therapy for the past 10 years. So let's go ahead and get started, man. Let's just do a couple well-being checks. Aisha, you good? Get thumbs up? Okay. I just want to make sure. All right. Make sure y'all don't go ghost now and start fading away off the camera. Miss Shan Monet. Yeah, you did emergency exit yesterday. I was like, what happened to Shan? Is that a tiger?
It's past my bedtime.
Oh, no, you got to work tomorrow.
I do have to work.
That's Thanksgiving break.
Next week is, not this week.
Oh, y'all ain't doing no work tomorrow.
This week.
Yeah, y'all gonna have carving turkeys tomorrow. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get this show started. Again, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. What's going on, Luis, LD, Miss Live Your Life? August 9th, I don't know if I got to you yet. Royce, M, what's going on? Let me pull up this clip. So, it was a clip that had released. She calls herself the Trophy Wife. The Trophy Wife. This is the video that most of you guys may have seen, so I kind of sped it up. I'm gonna probably stop it maybe a couple times, get you guys' thoughts on it. I know, Ty, you seen. Anybody else seen it? The Trophy Wife video? Seen it? No? Y'all dry as hell today, man.
I haven't seen it, but I'm familiar with, some clips that.
I seen the video.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and run and get you guys' thoughts.
Hi, ladies. Hi, trophies. Welcome back to my channel, or welcome if you're new here. If you hear any noise in the background, that's the new baby. A lot has happened since the last time that I recorded. I think the last time you guys saw me, I was in my second trimester, and yeah, I think I did post an update in the community section when the baby was born. And I said that I would be back soon, and that was a few months ago now. I thought that when I came back on here that it would be to maybe do like some kind of newborn favorites or meet my new baby or something like that, but unfortunately it's been a little over a month since I had to end up leaving my husband. I honestly don't even really know where to start with this, just because it's just such a hard topic. And I honestly thought that by the time I got on here that I wouldn't have any tears left because I've just cried so much.
We can't hear you.
I'm gonna give it a little break. But what's some of the reasons that a woman should leave a marriage?
That.
And what's that? She haven't even got to it yet. But I'm just asking.
Well, I think we've seen, like I said, I've not seen her video, but I've seen the conversation. You know how people plaster the conversation without actually seeing the video? That's number one reason.
I just want to know what's like. To see if you can tell the audience like what's some of the reasons that a woman should leave a marriage.
Abuse of you and your children.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a toxic, if you have kids and it's a toxic environment for the kids, because that could be you too. And it could be something about him that's, you know, I don't know, but anything that's toxic for the kids. I think that's about it. That I can think of right now.
Mm-hmm.
I would also throw in there infidelity.
Okay.
As a reason for leaving. I mean, I guess that's up to the woman's, you know, depending on the woman. But if you have someone that just refuses to be loyal to you or your family, I also think that's a reason to leave a marriage.
So does it take just one time or just him just constantly doing it?
Well, first of all, I want to just start it off by saying usually when there's infidelity in a relationship, it's for a reason, right? If you have a good man, it's for a reason. So I think if it's one time, you should work through that and figure out what's the reason. Is it something that you can actually work on? Is it something that he's lacking or that you're lacking as far as giving him that he needs in that relationship? Maybe he's voiced it and you haven't really reciprocated or met his needs in whatever type of way that it might be. Maybe you can go through counseling and work on it. But if it's consistent, disloyalty, if it's consistently that he's cheating on you, then it's a lack of respect there, I feel, for your companion. So then you will leave. But one time, no, it's a marriage. People be in relationships and get cheated on once and you stay with them. So in a marriage, you fight a little harder, in my opinion.
All right. Anybody else? I'm gonna go ahead and finish playing the rest of this clip if nobody else got nothing else.
No, so I agree with Shan. If it's a toxic situation and it's abusive for her or abusive for the kids, you know what I'm saying? Anytime it's the net benefit is going to be worse when that person around. Then I can agree with that.
I also think a person should lead a relationship if their partner is not willing to lead them. Like if they're trying to lead and they're trying to get things done for the house, and but like let's say he, assume he married a good wife, but if they've been to counseling and he's constantly telling him his needs are not met, and like they said, it could get toxic for the men too. There's women who put their hands on their men when they get out of control, and they they create an unsafe environment for the kids. So if he feels like that's the best thing to do to protect him, his kids, and himself, then he should do the same thing.
Yeah, I want to add that they they shouldn't even have got married. Like people like getting married ain't just gonna fix a relationship, right? So if somebody you seeing the signs that this relationship ain't gonna work, don't get married to try and make it better. Like some people have a baby to make it better. Don't do that shit at all. Um, when it comes to the kids, it get trickier with the things that you got to try and work through. But pre those kids, yeah, I think you really need to seek actual counseling, but behind, I don't know, like a spiritual leader or a relationship expert, somebody that can kind of see if y'all dynamic don't work. So in my personal opinion, I think when power dynamics are skewed, that relationship is doomed to fail. It's just a ticking time bomb.
If you're a woman who believe that, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we get it.
If you're a woman that believe that it is okay for you to leave your husband if he doesn't lead, then you as a woman should put something like that in a premarital agreement or have a premarital conversation about, hey, if you don't show that you can lead at any point in this marriage, in the marriage that we're going to have in the future, you should be, I want to make you aware that I'm going to file for divorce because I think it's unfair to just depart because you think that he can't lead or something like that. So that's just my thing on that. I think that's a conversation that you have before you get married. To let a guy know that, damn, okay, so if this happened, I know what I'm dealing with. Because I guarantee you, any woman who tells a man that, hey, look, at any point you can't show that you can lead, I'm leaving, he is not going to marry you. And I yield.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that. I was saying if she wasn't listening to him, like wasn't willing to submit to him, if she wasn't doing the things that he needed her to do for him to lead, and if he tried to get her counseling and she's continuously being combative, when she's angry, she might hit him because some women think it's okay to hit a man just because she's not as strong as him. I've seen, marriages like that. So I feel like if he's tried to go through those routes and she's still not doing what she needs to do as a wife, then he has the right to say, hey, I need to protect my family.
Which is why people need to hold off on having kids. Don't just get together. It'd be good for 6 months, and y'all be like, you know what, I'm in love. Let's have a baby. You need to really get that relationship a chance so you can, go through some seasons together and understand if the shit is gonna work long enough for you to be together to raise children.
Go ahead, Sweeney. Anything, Aisha?
I agree with what Marcus said. I think that everything that happened was prematurely done. I mean, she got in a relationship based solely on financial gain. I don't think that she did enough of her homework, and I honestly don't think that. I think that the money superseded anything else because he had already did something to her. So at what point would that have ever been okay? Like, why wasn't that enough to walk away? The marriage should have never. We all know the marriage should have never happened, and it's very unfortunate for the kids that all of this had to happen, and it's happening, in front of the whole world. So,
All right, let me go ahead and play a little bit more of this clip and then we'll get into it.
It's like I built this channel and this whole brand around being this man's wife and trying to teach other women how to attract good men and provider men and all these different things. And I truly held my husband or saw him as the bar for what every woman should, you know, type of man that or type of husband that every woman should aspire to have. And I didn't realize that the person I married was actually going to be my biggest nightmare. So basically, when I first met my husband, as I've already talked about in another video, I think it was my single mom video, I explained, you know, a little bit about how we met. And I really thought that that man was my Prince Charming. So when I first met my husband, I thought that he was my Prince Charming. I thought that he was my knight in shining armor, and you know, he portrayed himself to be this amazing, upright, righteous Christian man. And I believed him. I think shortly after we got married, and this is something that I haven't talked about, I started noticing like certain things changed with him. And I just started to see a few things that I didn't like, but I honestly thought that some of these were things that I could get past. It's like sad to even say like I could get past some of these things.
In case you guys missed that message, says that she was assaulted. He assaulted her 4 times for the first few months of their marriage.
It's like sad to even say like I could get past some of these things. I don't even know where to start. 6 weeks ago, I was changing my daughter, my 4-year-old daughter, and I noticed that when I changed her, she was red and very sensitive. And immediately,
I'm gonna stop it there real quick again, but I don't know. I just feel a certain type of way when people go to the internet with certain things. You know, she had the roll mic on. I mean, I know she has a YouTube channel, but she has the roll mic on. And I'm not excusing any behavior, but what is it? Is it an outlet when people come out, do you think, in your opinion, to come out and give this type of information? This just seems very personal.
I think in today's world, because she lived her everyday life on social media and built what she called a brand around this lifestyle, she then felt the need to have to give her followers an update to her life and why her lifestyle will now change. And in her doing that, not only is she divulging all of her business and putting all of her information on the streets, but she's also dragging her kids into it. Because from now on, anytime we see her and her kids, we know exactly what happened to those children, and they don't have a say-so in the world knowing that personal, delicate information about them. And I also just want to say, I just, this whole situation like really upset me when I watched it. And it's funny because I just watched this full video earlier today. So it's crazy that we are watching this. But just from the beginning, like Aisha said, she knew in the first few months that she should have broken off this relationship with this man. He assaulted you 4 times within the first few months of being with him, and you decided to continue to stay with him. Not only that, but also have children with this man because you wanted to uphold this lifestyle. And then you went on to glorify the lifestyle to thousands of people, selling a lie to women that they can go find a man like yours who you knew wasn't worth anything. Like, that just really enraged me. It just really is a clear picture that people need to stop following other people's relationships on social media. It is not real. Half of these people live a lie in front of the camera, and then they go home and they're dealing with all type of stuff that they would never show you. We just so happen to see this bad part of her life because now she has to explain why we won't see the glitz and glam. You don't see her staying in this nice home anymore, and she won't be all dolled up.
Wait,
it's just really upsetting to me.
Wait, this is the guy that she had those kids with? I thought she was a single mother.
She was a single mother to, I think, a boy first. And then she ended up having these children with him.
So the ones that got essayed were his own kids.
Were his children.
Yes,
his daughter.
Children.
And she's gonna go on to say there are 2 of them. That was the 4-year-old. She has a 4 and a 2-year-old that he was doing this to.
Wait, so you telling me? Hold on, wait a minute. So you telling me?
Like, I'm gonna wind up playing it. So
yeah,
I know some of y'all jumping the gun.
Sorry.
So she's a Shira 7 disciple, and she was bragging about a lifestyle that she was getting from this man who was assaulting her and then proceeded to assault her children. That's diabolical. That is diabolical.
You know, I hate to be the guy, but I'm gonna call crocodile tears on this one. I'm sorry. I don't like it. It's not coming off the right way. I'm no expert in body language, but it just looks like a bunch of shit to me. I don't believe her. She obviously lied to her fans about what her lifestyle was like. So she's lost every ounce of credibility to me. And guess what? I really wish we could believe all women, but when you lose your credibility and you are proven to be deceitful, then I don't believe anything you have to say. To me, it didn't look like she was for real with the crying to me either. Nothing. I mean, that's just how I feel about it. I just don't like it, and I think she's full of shit.
Okay, go ahead, Shan.
So I didn't hear the part about what took place, her being assaulted previously, but stepping outside her, I think men are clueless at how much this happens. I think if you are a child, especially if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, this is very common. Not necessarily from your dad, but this is the exact reason why most women don't allow their kids to go to people's houses, especially when there are men in the house. That came from something. People don't like to talk about it. For whatever reason, it's taboo to talk about it, but it's very common. So you just want to just sit down and sit back on this one, right? And it may be something you've never experienced before, but it happened years ago. And maybe you guys are a different breed, this new generation. You're like, no, but the older generation, there were some sickos. Because I know a lot of women who were affected, not necessarily by their fathers, but by men. As a matter of fact, I had a situation this year, and I think I spoke to it in our She Critique chat, where I had to call the authorities on something that was taking place in one of my, you know what I do, their home. And that happened this year. So I don't want us to take like, maybe we don't know if she's lying, if she's not lying, but I do know, being in the field that I'm in, this happens a lot more than we would like for it to happen. I'm not saying it's the majority. I'm saying it does happen, whether you're rich, poor, or whatever. I just saw a story, and you can look this up, and I put it in the chat, where her name was Lauren. She was from Houston, the cheerleader. The mom left her with the stepdad. They've been going together for 5 years, and she called the cops. The cops were in the yard, and he shot her, and his pants were pulled down. Did y'all see that story? But
yeah, but
so
Shan,
so what I'm saying to you is, just
You
we
saw him,
don't
Vic?
know if her story is true or not, right? We don't know that, but we do know that there are people who don't have good intent for people, right? We can agree that there are some bad people out there. Are they the majority? Absolutely not. But if you have a child, especially a little girl, and now I'm hearing it's boys too, they just keep it quiet, right? If you have a child, I would go the extra mile as to really knowing who you're letting your child stay with. These little sleepovers, you have to really know. I know there was a Zoom call during pandemic. You look this up too, where the kid was in class on Zoom, and the cousin was watching the kid, and he came over for a sexual favor, and the teacher had to call the cops. This is a real story. And this happened in the Zoom class. The kid was like kindergarten or first grade. Did you see that, Marcus? I see you nodding your head. This happens.
I don't think.
All right, Shannon. Here's a problem with that. For one, I don't see how you could sit there and say that men who are the supposed perpetrators most of the time, right, could be clueless about it if they are the perpetrators. And secondly, we're talking about this specific situation. No one is denying the fact that this happens. I know people who that happened to, men and women alike, right? So no one is trying to deny that. I'm talking about this specific situation, and I don't believe her ass, and I'm entitled to that opinion.
Sure.
I believe that it happened, but I believe that she's capitalizing off of her kids' pain. And that's the part that makes me side-eye her, because I do believe that this could have been handled a little bit more privately. I don't believe that I owe anybody in America anything when it comes to my child. So I don't feel like she owed anybody anything when it came to her kids, and for you to use them, because now she's probably going to get a book deal. We're going to be seeing her everywhere, right? So you are capitalizing off of your kids' pain, and that's the part that I don't agree with. So that's my issue with her.
So women who make the decision to break up their families because of their feelings, are they also capitalizing off of their kids' pain? You don't got to answer that. But what I will say is, how much of this story had been corroborated, like on the man's behalf? Because isn't there like another side to this argument that sometimes men are set up in these situations?
Well, wouldn't he speak out about that? Because I mean, she's a person. People know her. Would you not say, stand up for your name?
Not if my attorney say, "Hey, don't even go to social media. Don't respond to it. We're gonna handle it in court."
I genuinely hope that this is a lie, because these kids did not deserve none of that bullshit. And if it is, if somehow it do happen to be real, I hope buddy ass get raped in prison and then a brick for stuff.
Oh, we gotta watch. We just gotta be careful with that hard word.
Taken advantage of.
Yeah, and then a weight
So
get
if she's
crushed.
lying, what do you hope for her?
She go to jail.
Prosecuted.
Yeah, she go to jail. Yeah. Like I don't play with that shit about kids, bro. Like it ain't no in between.
Marcus, wait. So
I'm saying, assuming the scenario is real, that's my thoughts on that. If it's fake, she
but
should be
what I'm
punished for defamation, slander, putting her kids in that situation, putting that accusation out there, putting their business out there, all of that. She's as much penalties.
So you don't
as
hope that she gets stumped out in the streets by his sister or something like that?
No. Well, I don't know, maybe, but I don't want her to die behind the fake rap. I want him to die behind touching some kids. Like I genuinely feel that way. Like he should die. If he was touching some kids, he should die. Like I don't think you can be reformed from that. I don't think we need to have no mercy on you. If you get caught doing it and it actually happened, I think you should be smoked, Joe.
And think about it, these are his kids. He's supposed to be protecting these kids. That's the one person they look up to, their dad. That's his role in their life, is to protect them. And he's the person that needs to be protected from, if it's the truth.
I was told
so if it's a lie, what should happen to her?
Whatever the worst that can happen. If his sister whoop in the street, I wouldn't care. She shouldn't be playing with people like that. But I'm saying lying, she deserved to be punished. If that was actually done, this is the weight of her lying. It's heavy. That's fucked up. But the weight of if that shit is actually true and it was done to them kids, that shit don't even compare.
But you do know if she's lying on this man and something seriously happens to him, because we just, like you just said, a lie like that can get his life taken from him.
Yeah.
So are we saying that we believe that? So I get that.
No, apparently she's already. I'm asking because apparently it's already been released. The chat been saying that they did an update and she's lying.
Can somebody drop that in so I can see it?
No, I'm gonna play it, but before I do, let me go ahead and get Kim in there. Kim, welcome to the show. What are your thoughts about what's been going on, man?
Hi, nice to meet everybody. I think it's hypergamy gone wrong. After hearing all the detail or some of the details, one of the first things I thought was, I'll say it, oh my God, I was like back 10 years ago when I was dating and listening, to the wrong type of people or women. There's this thought process of a certain life. And then you'd hear older people say, be careful what you wish for, be careful what you wish for. And I would always hear older people say that they have these sayings. And then as this is played out, I'm like, oh, like, okay, this is hypergamy. And then I've heard about the influencer who they say she follows. And I'm older now, so I can say it comfortably, but I don't know if women really realize what they're listening to and what they're asking for. And I say this as a 40-year-old woman who can look back, and I just,
Whoa. Holy crap. Apparently she got a child abuse case against her.
Yeah, if she is lying, her kids should be taken from her.
She needs to be the same thing we said happened to him need to be happening to her.
To get stumped out by every woman in his family, put in jail, never be able to be around them, because why would you lie about something like that? Like,
but who said she was lying? I don't understand.
Where do you see that?
About your
No, it's all in the chat. They saying check the update because apparently she's lying and there's some other stuff about her that got released too. So,
what's her real name?
But I think you guys are looking at the fact that she might be lying and throw him under the bus. But why would she lie and put her kid in that situation? I don't think she's lying. Like, she might have exaggerated the way she expressed it on the internet, but I'm not going to sit up here and assume that this girl is lying on her kids. That's a very serious accusation.
Well, didn't we watch
we don't have to assume that is happening, but we can't act like women or people, period, don't lie and use their kids.
You can't assume that they're lying either on their kids. That's pretty strong accusation too.
You ask the question.
That's an assumption.
Well, you ask the question saying, why would she lie on her kids? And I'm saying,
I'm asking y'all why y'all think the people that are saying that she's lying. I said, why do y'all think? I'm not asking why would she?
well, I think
Why do
Aisha put
y'all
it
think she's lying?
I don't.
Aisha
Like,
put it
why would she
perfect.
lie on her kids like that? That's a serious accusation.
I mean, well, because we've seen it happen before. There was one lady who lied on this rapper and said that he was touching her kid. Come to find out that was
Kim, you got to mute
untrue.
in between. You got to mute your phone.
Then we also remember that one lady, I forgot what TV show she went on, and had her daughters believe that they dad had touched them their whole lives, only to find out that she lied about it.
Absolutely.
There's a number of reasons why women would lie
all I
about
was
something
trying to
like
say
that.
to you.
To
So
take,
let's just. So we do know that. So I want to emphasize. We know that women do lie, right? Because I think that what happens. But there are men who molest. Okay.
I just don't understand why that's the go-to. Like that's all women do is lie. Like that's the go-to. Why is it the go-to that, oh, well, people do lie. So yeah, but people do molest their kids too. And they do put on this front until they get married and show their real self. And that's probably what her experience was.
So if I ask the question, why would he molest his kids? Like, why would he do that? Y'all will push back and be like, what? Why would you even ask that question? So why can't the same response
Why
be
would
to,
anybody ask that question? But asking about somebody lying on their kids, that's a very fair question to ask.
That was actually the first thing they're both. Head. I was like, who would do that to their kids? Why would he do that? He said.
I think people are capable of, I think the friends group of people who exist on both sides of that spectrum are just as likely to commit those acts. You got just as many people that will commit to lying on their kids and lying about something happening to their kids as you got people who would do stuff to kids. I think they both happen in the same. If you created a Venn diagram and the middle was all normal people, those two outside areas are both the same type of people. So I do believe that there are just as many people who are willing to lie about something like that happening as there are people who are willing to do something like that. So I think if we find out that somebody's lying, the question shouldn't be, well, why would they lie about something like that? It should be the same vitriol as we give when we find out that somebody did do something. Wouldn't nobody be like, well, why would he do that? No, it'll be that motherfucker did that shit. So we found out she's lying. And we know people to lie about this type of stuff. We see it all the time. People lie in court. Why would a woman lie about something like that? To get custody? To garner favor in the court system? Vindictiveness? Hate?
In her case, the monetary value, because that's
monetary.
Is there an open court case behind this? Did she call the police?
That's
I'm
the
looking at
thing.
that
Is he
too. I
in
do see it.
jail?
Right. So we don't know her real name. That's the problem, right?
I don't know. In the video that I saw, she said she took the kids to the doctor, and then
And that's when she found about the 2-year-old, right?
That's when she found out about both of the kids, and the police escorted her because she went to one hospital. They weren't able to do the physicals in order to see if that was possible. So the police escorted her to another hospital where they did confirm that both of the children had been SA'd. But then I don't know what happened after that. Like, if that's the case, after that, he should have gone to jail, right?
And that's why I asked how much of this was corroborated. I didn't ask.
Yeah. Well, we wouldn't know that because we don't know their names for real. Like, if you look it up, you have to have their names.
The reason why I asked it because I didn't want to lean hard on, oh, that nigga ain't shit. He should die and all this other stuff. And I don't even know the whole story and the facts. And have this man, have any of this stuff been proven true or anything like that? But I will say that I would say most of the families, I would say most of the single mother family or single parent households in the Black community, the reason why there's so much pain and trauma towards kids is because of dishonesty between the parents and causing a breakup. So, and lying on the children is one of the factors. So I would say that is like a go-to tool for destruction of the households. So to say that that's a unjustified question, I thought at this point in time we done crossed that bridge and kind of understood that that's just the shit people do.
So for me is this. My statement still stand if that shit happened to them kids. I really like my first thing is protect them kids always. If a mother was doing that shit deserved to be done to her. Get her whole meat cracked to the white meat too. If she did something to them kids, if the father was doing it, if the cousin was doing it, I believe in protecting kids. So if it's proof that somebody did, sexual assault to the child, I think they should die. That's never gonna change.
What about the people that's culpable in it? I mean, white, should they die too?
What you mean?
So is it safe to say that the woman in this situation is culpable in the offense on her kids? I think somebody like, who was it? Was it Ty? I think she stated it profoundly that this woman early in the marriage was SA'd. I think that's a clear sign and clear indicator that you're putting your children in harm's way. And these are signs that you look for so you can actually jump ahead and protect your children from being harmed in the future. So I would argue that given these signs.
My question is, how does essay in a marriage work? Like, how does that work?
I'm gonna play devil's advocate because it's some weirdos out there. So how we know she wasn't giving the little girls to the men? Like for real, like you don't do that.
Okay, like I do want to read something. So she did put a post not too long ago. I'm so tired of misinformation. My daughters are his biological children. This could have happened to anyone. Also, I knew this man for a 6-month period before I became his wife. Yes, I ran a background check. I'm not stupid enough to date online without one. He had no prior charges other than some speeding tickets. I saw every speeding he ever had before I agreed to go on the first date. My dating profile said I had no children. I never married for money. I married because he pretended to have all the same values as me. I married to build a family on a solid foundation. He never showed signs of being a pedophile, but yes, I'll take the blame. There's also another content creator whom has 2 daughters by her husband, their biological father. Would she also be dumb pygmies if her husband did the same thing to the daughters? Shame on you, shame on you. And then also, I'm gonna pull up something else. Y'all can go ahead. I'm gonna pull up something else that just broke as well.
Darren, to your point, I do feel that she is culpable. Like I stated in the beginning, she played a part in it because her goal was on a lifestyle. She knew within those first few months of being with that man that he was either masking, wearing a mask the whole 6 months you were with him and you didn't really know him, and she didn't take the time to get to know him in all seasons. So you rushed into a marriage. You were put in situations where you were SA'd. And to Shane Monet, you asked, how could you be SA'd in a marriage? Maybe you tell them no and they force you to have sex with them or harmed her some type of way. I don't know. But the whole thing is you were put physically in places or in situations that made you feel unsafe. And because you liked the lifestyle, you decided to overlook that and keep it pushing and build a family and have kids with this man who you yourself didn't feel protected with, yet you left your children with him. So yes, she is culpable. But there is a difference, I feel. So I feel like she takes some of the blame, of course, right? What type of things should be done to her? I don't know. Beat up, I don't know, go to jail, something. But the person that actually does the action, especially kids, period, but your own children, I am with Marcus 100% when I say that they got to go. You have to go. I said this on the last podcast. I'm 10 toes on it. You do something to my child, I'm take you out. Period. I just don't understand that. I also am not going to go out of my way and put my child in harm's way. And I feel that she did do that as well. She put her children in that situation, not knowing what could happen because he already did something to you.
So I think everybody
let me just real fast. Let me just say this. I asked that question because I really wanted to know what that looked like. If you're married, I would think that you're having sex with your partner, right? Now, if she says, okay, this guy beat me and he, I just really wanted to, that was the reason why I asked. It's not like I'm saying,
No. I was just answering what I thought that would look like. Even though you're married, you might have days where you don't want to have sex. And if your partner still forces you to, isn't that still SA, whether you're married or not? You know, I don't know. Maybe it's different perspective, but.
So that's a good question. So I would say, marriage. I mean, if it all depends on your belief, but I mean, anybody who married, I mean, that's all taken from the same belief. Everybody want to cherry pick what they believe. So, and according to my religion, or what I believe, once you get married, your body belongs to each other. You know, sexually. You know what I'm saying? When you say no, it should be on the grounds of, okay, it's a medical issue, or the fact that both of y'all agree that now it's not the time. But I tell men that I coach, hey, your monogamy, for you to be monogamous and vow to hold on to your monogamy for this woman is on contingent upon her being able to meet your sexual needs. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying, she shouldn't be she shouldn't challenge you if you need to meet that need somewhere else. Granted, y'all had this conversation before marriage, but if you had this conversation that I'm going to be loyal and monogamous regardless if you withhold sex, then you just need to stay down. But I tell men that you signing up for a bad situation because a lot of women are moving off their feelings. So you need to have a conversation before you get married. But I don't want to harp on it too much. But this should be an agreement between both of y'all going into the relationship on how y'all going to deal with how you feel whenever it comes to intimacy, because now you're stepping into a dangerous turf whenever it comes to infidelity and stuff like that. People looking outside of the relationship to meet their needs. You got to kind of understand why people would do that if you're withholding sex, and it shouldn't be a shocker to you if you end up in a situation where somebody's being cheated on. So if you're okay with those outcomes, then yeah, withhold the sex. But if you're not okay, then you got to figure out how to compromise. You know, whack them off or something, or give them that, what did Trav say, walk 3,000 and spit that shit out in the toilet afterwards. Who knows? But I'll yield.
I don't agree with that only because I know someone who was SA'd by their boyfriend, and I'm going to explain to you how it looks because I feel like you don't have a clear picture. So what it looks like is he comes home from a drunken night. He starts an argument. They're in the kitchen. He grabs her. He slams her against the island. He rips her clothes off. He inserts himself as she's screaming and crying and trying to get away and telling him no. He's continually essaying her.
That's like that Ike and Tina, the Ike and Tina scene.
Flowers, and he thinks that it's okay.
If you're
That's role playing.
If you're using that story as a way to disagree with me, I don't think none of the stuff I said prior to you making that statement pushes back on that. Like I don't think the stuff I was saying is contrary to that. Or
he's just saying that he should feels like you guys should mutually agree that we are married, you know, unless we mutually agree that we're not going to have sex. Like he's not saying take it. He's just saying his wife should have the understanding of knowing that, you know, I have needs, she has needs, you know, basically.
And I think what you're speaking to, Aisha, is a very unique type of situation where we're talking about someone that's arguing, fighting, and that's more of a power play than it is.
That's like assault.
Yeah, that I don't think
you told me that because I never thought about that.
I don't think that has anything to do with like an instance where to what Bruiser is talking about. That sounds more like a I'm gonna fuck you up type thing than it is that's a monster. He's a monster.
So that's what I imagine, that when she says that she was SA'd 4 times, that's what I imagine happened in my head. So if this is what he's doing to you, then why would you marry him?
Well, and I think people tend to imagine the worst because of their experience. Like you said, you knew a friend. So the first thing that's gonna come to your mind whenever you hear a woman say she was SA'd is the experience your friend had. So I think we're kind of predisposed to the extremes of our what we know happened in the past are our own trauma, which kind of makes us come into this conversation with a strong bias. And it kind of can be unfair. So we automatically write people off without having all of the information and details, which is why I asked the question, have we even cooperated on this side? Because I think the men can agree. I think some of the women can agree too, that when you hear two sides to a story, and you really hear the details in full, and you could be shocked that, wow, this is not really what she painted it to be. There was some other foul shit going on. But I don't condone SA. I don't condone any of that shit that happened. If the guy is guilty of this shit, or it comes out to be true that he did it, I think the system we have in play has been doing well by these guys that want to step out the line and cross the line like that with these women. We have a prison system that puts them beneath the prison, and not only that, there's guys in the prison waiting for guys like these. So I think that's the reason why I didn't kind of harp on that, because I think everybody on the panel collectively can agree that he's gonna get his just due, if that is true. That's why I was kind of staying on the lines of the things that we may have a challenge of agreeing with, instead of the results of what's gonna happen to the dude. I think that's an understatement.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think if we all can agree that if that shit's true, I think we all can agree that motherfucker need to be under the jail. You know what I mean? I guess we was just talking about the nuances of, like I said, I was only mentioning those things because the chat was like, hey, y'all got to see the update. Y'all got to see the update. And I'm like, okay, what's the update? You know what I mean?
Speaking of update, so the trophy wife's, I think her name is Isis. She gets exposed by her husband's niece. So this is what her husband's niece had to say.
My name is Dee, and I am the niece of the trophy wife's husband. Now, I know you know who the trophy wife is because she's been going up and down my timeline for the last couple of days. Her name is Isis, or Paloma, which is her real name. This lady is completely insane. Let's just start from there. Background story. Her and my uncle got together really quick. From what I've been seeing and what I've been told, she thought that she was getting a come up with my uncle. But then when things didn't go her way and she pretty much seen that she could no longer hide the things that she was doing behind closed doors, she ended up trying to find a different route, which was to come on here and lie to you all and tell you that her daughter had been touched by her dad, which that is not the case. Her daughter had been touched by her son, and she didn't want anybody to know because she wanted to try to make it seem like my uncle was the bad guy because she wasn't getting what she wanted in the divorce. For you smart ladies out there who sat up there and thought to yourselves, oh, this cannot be true. This can't be, something that a woman would allow, which it's not. It's not something that a woman would allow. I am a victim of sexual, or whatever you want to call it. And I don't appreciate one bit of the accusations being put out there, especially not just because they're fake, not just because that they're out there just for clout, but because of the fact that this involves a family member of mine who I care about dearly. Multiple family members, if you want to put that out there, because the kids are my family too. The boys are somebody else's. The girls and the last baby are a part of my family. And if they're being harmed in any kind of way, I definitely would want to stand up for them, for sure. But her son is the one that the baby first initially said that was touching her. My grandmother was changing the baby one day, and she seen that it was red down there, and she said that her brother did it. Now, when they went to court, the court did not believe what she was saying because Paloma had already ISIS had already put out a case against my uncle because my uncle was furious when he found out that her oldest son was touching the girls. So he went out and tried to, seek help to figure out what he should do about getting her son away from the girls so that they would no longer have to go through this. But as soon as he did that, ISIS went and took papers out on him claiming that he did it because she didn't want her son to go down for it. On top of all of this, she's sitting over here acting like she's the best parent in the world when if y'all go look for yourself, y'all will see that she has a child abuse case of her own. Her youngest son she tried to put it on my uncle that he abused her youngest son, which loves my uncle to death. But the day that her and her ex tried to put out there that my uncle had abused her son, he wasn't in the state. He wasn't nowhere near. So once they went to the hospital and they took the little boy to the hospital, the one thing that they didn't do this time is the social workers pulled him aside and started asking him questions and asked him, who hurt you? Come to find out, the little boy told and said that it was her. Not only that, her oldest son has sent my uncle threatening messages. He has rubbed poop on the walls at multiple family members' house, including theirs. He has pushed his younger brother down the stairs to the point where he had a concussion, and she didn't want to take him to the hospital because she didn't want them to know that she had, a son that had been abusing on her other kids. And then not only that, he hasn't just touched the two girls, he's touched all three of the kids. He's touched his little brother, he's touched his 4-year-old sister, and he's touched his 2-year-old sister. But all of this will come out eventually. My uncle cannot say anything right now because the case is still open. But my thing is, you sitting over here saying that he did all of this stuff, but if he did, the police themselves said that he would be in jail. They would have took him to jail as soon as the hospital said, oh my gosh, the baby's been touched. He would have been in booking right away. He wouldn't be out right now working. He wouldn't be out right now being bothered with all of this extra stuff that you're putting on him because of the fact that you want money. Like what mother uses this platform to sit up there and say, my babies have been, or my babies have been touched, excuse me, and then sit over there and then try to put a GoFundMe page up. Do you know why she's putting that GoFundMe page up? Because my uncle has had enough. He's not giving you any money. He's not sitting over there playing into your little schemes where she sits over there and tries to have her kid's father call his phone to get him to talk to the kids so that she can say he's in breach of a restraining order. Like, there's so much proof behind all of this stuff that you all do not realize that is going to come down on her head. But yet you all are sitting over here believing her sob story, not doing your research, and paying her money. This girl has up to $2,000 already on GoFundMe. Probably more now because I haven't even checked this morning. But it's crazy how y'all will go for a black man or go for any man off of what a woman says, like women don't lie every day to get ahead. I am a strong advocate for black women, for women in general, for people in general. But men, I feel like we need to just slow down a little bit and not always think that they're the bad guys, because it goes both ways. And I am a mother of a black little boy. So for me, I can understand why she would want to cover up for her son, but at the same time, me personally, if my son is doing anything like that and I have other kids, I want to get him the best help possible away from his siblings until he is confirmed better. And I know he's no longer a threat to the other kids in the house, because you can't just sit over there and single out one kid and be like, oh, I'm going to protect this one, but whatever happens to the other ones just happens. That's not okay. And then you want to sit over here and portray to these women out here that, oh, it's okay to be a trophy wife. Just go for that rich man type deal. No, how about go get your own money? How about stop. Please, ladies, please stop waiting on a man to fulfill your life financially, spiritually, emotionally, all this other extra stuff, and find your own way. Do that. Because when you find your own way and you know your self-worth and you know what you are capable of and what you will tolerate and what you won't tolerate, then the good man will come find you. But until you know your self-worth, you're just going to keep picking up anything off the street and being like, oh, okay, he got a little bit of money in his pocket, so he going to treat me right. No. Because the one thing that you don't realize is that man that has that money, he's also got a little brain in his head too. So he also is already aware of these women that's coming out here to do these things to him or to try to trap him in these ways, just for money or attention or the clout or whatever. Like, come on. We are in 2024, about to be 2025. Why are we still doing these same little tricks? Somebody needs to be teaching y'all how to make your own money, how to get your own way. So then that way, when you do find that good man with a lot of money, then y'all can build together instead of sitting over there waiting for him to give you an allowance or whatever, your little stipend for the month. Be real. Just want to let y'all know, for the crusties and the dusties, please be mindful of what you put out here on the internet, because you could be getting a lawsuit coming to your doorstep for you putting out accusations of stuff that you have no idea about. Everything that I'm telling you right now on this computer screen or on this platform, I'm letting you know that this is the truth. This woman, it's no records that that little girl has been touched by my uncle. No records. But it is a record that she had a diaper rash. It is a record that she has child abuse charges against her. It is record that her son has sent my uncle threatening messages. It is a record that she's not telling the whole truth on this platform, what she said in the courtroom. The courtroom that she had my nieces sitting in looking at the wall the whole entire time so that they wouldn't get emotional looking at my uncle, because they love their daddy. And now he has to suffer without seeing his kids because of the fact that this woman wants to lie and slander his name because she did not get what she wanted in the divorce. The divorce that she did not put out there, by the way. Because me personally, if anybody had did anything to my kid, oh, baby, I'm going down there first thing and divorcing this person. I'm not about to sit over there and wait. If anybody rapes me or takes my goods without me and my knowledge or without me saying yes, oh, baby, I'm not about to stay married to somebody like that. That's crazy. But for you to sit over there and say that he's done all these terrible things to you, and yet it took him to divorce you and not you to divorce him, open your eyes, ladies. Stop being stupid. because this girl is full of lies. Full of lies. Everything y'all heard. First off, let me ask you. Let me get this. Look, who wipes their eyes all the way up here like this when you're crying? Huh? Who does that? Nobody. If I'm wiping my face, I'm wiping all down here because I'm a sloppy crier. And I'm pretty sure most of y'all are too. I don't know why y'all sitting over there trying to act like them housewives doing all that little. No. Let them tears drop if you real. Because if I'm talking about my baby and something like that happen, oh, I don't care if it's ugly cry or not. I'm gonna have snot and everything coming down my face. But this girl could barely even look at the camera the entire time she was talking on this video. I have no reason to lie to y'all. But I want to let y'all know that the disrespect with my uncle, it has to stop because this man has done nothing. And the reason why you don't hear him saying anything is because he knows that this is an open case. And when you have an open case, just like we see on The Housewives with Karen Huger and anybody else that goes through a case, you cannot talk about it until the case is over.
Shout out to Bruiser.
So Isis, this is my message to you. I hope to God that you got your ducks in a row. I hope you hired a new lawyer after the last lawyer sat up there and took herself away from your case because she seen that it was no case. So I hope you hired a really good lawyer, or I hope these people give you enough money to where you can get you a good lawyer. Because, baby, you going under the jail. And I hope these people crucify you for all the lies that you have got on here and told. You are not a good person. You are not a good mother. You only, and even right now, you're still out there looking for the next victim. You're out here looking for the next victim, and that's so, like, I'm laughing because that's so fucking sad. But you need not come for me and mine. You need to know that. Because this man does not deserve it. And I know some that do. But he doesn't. So for all of you out there that had the good mind of thinking that she was a liar and that she was just putting on to get sympathy points, yes, she is. And I'm sorry that the rest of you fell for the okie doke and you have egg on your face right now. Because that's what you get for listening to stupid stuff on Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok. You're listening to that stuff and you don't even know the whole story. You don't even care to find out the whole story. You're just going to condemn a person, say that you wish them dead, that they should be under the jail and all this other extra stuff when the justice system doesn't even feel that way because they don't have any evidence that he did anything. So please, next topic, next subject. I better not see no more. I better not see no more. Because when he come out, baby, all y'all that's out there right now talking junk are going to be so sick because this girl is sick. Her and her son. I'm sorry to say it because I don't want to talk about nobody else's kid. But if it's the truth, it's the truth. So they're going to get theirs. Don't worry. They're going to get theirs and they're going to get the help that they need, hopefully. And I hope all y'all out there that's sitting over there calling my uncle all kinds of names, saying that he needs to die and all this other extra stuff, I hope y'all are the ones that help her get the help. Because y'all need it right along with her. Have a nice day. Signing off.
How about that? How about that? How about that?
I don't believe either one. I think
How about that? How about that? What did I say? crocodile
Stan,
tears.
don't come through talking
Nope.
about I don't believe either one of them. Nah,
No,
I don't
no,
believe
you
that.
can't. Nah.
Let me say some stuff.
What she said was a lot more compelling, Shan. You got you got egg on your
Her
face.
story. Let me just say some things. Because I do believe her, right? Because I do believe that women take up for their sons. That's the key part. Because that's what happened in my student's case, right? So I know that to be true. But these are the things that I'm kind of. It's like because at the end of the day we have two kids who they can agree that those kids have been touched inappropriately. And I feel like nobody's doing enough to get those kids out of whatever situation, whoever did it. That's first and foremost. Second, she said her mother was the first person who saw that the kid had been touched. And then she said, oh, it was a rash, but your mom first saw it and saw that and said it was your son. So y'all agree that something happened, but then it turned into a rash, right? That was something that she changed in her story. And my question would be, well, why didn't your mother call the cops? Because then your mother, because as a grandmother, if I feel like my granddaughter's brother is damaging or doing something to I'm going to leave the mom out of it because I know that's her son. Because my first, as a protector, is to call the cops to make sure my kid, they're not going back over there, pinpoint blank. And it was just not enough to talk about how are we going to protect these kids, whether it be from the brother or from the father. Because one thing they did agree with until she changed it to a rash was that the kids were touched inappropriately. And now I'm really concerned for the children, whether it be the dad or for the brother. I don't know who did it. All I know is we had two kids in a situation that needs to be looked at, and these kids need to be protected.
Hold on, Shan. Wait a minute. I'm not going to let you just gloss over the fact that this woman allegedly trying to protect her son by blaming the father for some shit her son did. And you glossed over that. I was like, of course, we know women protect their son. But why didn't that grandmother do anything?
No. I'm saying who's protecting the kids. So right now, my priority, unlike yours, is the children. From the mom who could be crazy, obviously, or from the dad who could be crazy. I don't know who is crazy.
Hold on, the father is trying to protect this kid and almost caught a case for it.
This is all pending, right? So at the end of the day, all we know is we have two children who have been touched inappropriately. One person is saying it's on this side. One person is saying it's on this side. Anyway it goes, if she is mental and those kids are with her, I have a problem with that because those kids are still in dangerous way because she's protecting her son. She's cuckoo for Cocoa Pops, protecting her son, and she needs to go to jail. You understand? Because she's allowing it to happen. Listen to what I'm saying, sweetie. My concern is going to be for the people who cannot defend themselves. And at this point, that is those children. You can sit here and want me to say whatever, because both of them sound crazy to me. I don't know who to believe. All I can say is there's one common denominator, that is those kids are in a dangerous position. They're not being protected, and something needs to happen.
Well, the thing is that the father is the one. She told us that the father is the one that's trying to get their kids out of that situation, and he caught a case for it, or she tried to put a case on it. So there is someone there that's trying to protect the kids. It's the father. She said father tried to get him out that situation. She tried and is trying to divorce her. Is trying to leave her. Trying to get his kids from her.
She didn't say no. She said he was the one who left it. Okay. She said if this were true, why is it that he's the one who left the relationship? She didn't say anything about my uncle is trying to take those kids because he knows kids are in danger.
Yes, he did. She said that he tried to put a case on her son.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. So
she said yes, he did. He absolutely did. And he's not locked up, Sam. So
first of all, that was a 15-minute video. It's okay that I didn't hear. Thank you for clarifying that information.
You have your bias is filtering out any other opposing side.
The only side is the kid's side. Whether it's she's crazy.
What I'm saying is you're watching through a lens that's so strongly skewed to one side.
It's not the children.
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. Like you're the way you listen. We have different ways of listening. We can listen and be an open box to any possibility. The way you're listening is like you're only allowing one possibility.
No, the only possibility I'm allowing is somebody's crazy in this situation and the kids are not protected. That's the only thing. I'm not leaning towards her. I'm not leaning towards him. What I'm saying is to you is one thing I heard for sure is there are two kids who are in a bad situation and somebody is crazy. Okay. And all I know is those kids are not being protected. They need to be taken out of that situation right now to a neutral situation, not with the mama, not with the daddy. Okay.
Well, we do know.
Everybody
Can I chime in real quick? Just chime in a little. And I might have missed this part, so maybe you guys can fill that in for me. I knew it had to be more to the story. However, did this niece explain why she knows so much about her uncle and his wife's situation? Like, did she say she was a babysitter or something? Like, why would I believe she knows that much details about their divorce? Did I miss how she clarified why she would know that much? As a niece?
Obviously, she's been in the court. She's been in the courtroom.
Yeah.
She gave an indication that she saw the girls turn to the wall so they can't have an emotional breakdown by looking at their father during trial. So that's one indicator that she's not involved in the case, but involved in the proceedings of being present. She also stated that there's things that on the record, like the rash and all these other things, which is public record, which that actually is something we have access to go and find. We can actually go back. If we know the woman's name and the state, we can actually look up the court dockets and be able to see some of that stuff. We can actually go into the transcript and see all of the stuff that's on the record, like the rash, her being a child abuse charge and all these other things. We could see that. But from my understanding, there's a divorce that's happening and somebody's not getting what they want. So they're being malicious as a response to not getting what they want in a divorce outcome.
But it didn't say molested, right?
No, wait. It didn't say that the man filed for divorce. I don't think the woman said that the man filed for the divorce. Or the woman.
Did. She said he filed for divorce. He's the one that wanted the divorce. Mm-hmm.
Because all I heard was she was mad because she's not getting what she wanted out of the divorce.
She made sure to make a point and say that if he did all of this to you, then you would think that she would have been the one that filed for the divorce, but her uncle filed for divorce.
So he filed for the divorce because it's probably not on the record, but I'm assuming that there's she's not getting what she wanted out of marriage, and she's probably turning nasty and disrespectful. Number two, her son has crossed the line. So I think my only question now is for all of the people who agreed that whoever caused harm to this kid should be battered or murdered or whatever. Does that also mean the kid should be done that way?
How old is her son? We need to find out how old.
Oh, it's age. Oh, so it's an age thing.
Well, I got kicked out.
I say yeah. The 2-year-old and the 4-year-old. Yeah.
What about her? What about the one that's trying to protect her son?
Now,
sure.
I think
that let me finish my statement. What I'm saying is, if he know his daughter was molested, but the initial story was only one way. We got one side, right? Then the other girl give us the opposing side. Who filed the police report on either side? What did the police say? Those kids need to be taken from both of them, like Shan said, and put someplace neutral so you can decide what's done, what was done to these kids. This ain't a man wrong, woman right, woman wrong, woman right. It's about, is these kids gonna be safe? That's the perspective that I'm coming from, and it sounds like Shan coming from too. That gender warring about kid molestation. Like, I don't give no fuck about this gender war. Fuck these niggas and fuck these bitches. I care about these kids when it comes to the priority in my mind. I'm not trying to. I hope she lying because I hope it didn't happen to the kids, and I hope they get taken away from her and go to jail. But if it did happen, I still hope whatever happened, whoever did that to a 2-year-old and a 4, these is babies. It's somebody sick enough out here. If it's true, again, like I said in the beginning, if it is true, it's somebody sick enough to be touching on kids. They both seem to agree that some type of sexual abuse happened. Look, I think all sexual molesters or whatever, they should be killed, bro. And I will hope y'all feel the same way if it happened to one of y'all kids.
I just
don't. Can I say one thing?
Let me just say this one thing. I got kicked out. I got kicked out. Can I please just finish one thing?
Let me just say one thing.
All right.
I understand what you're saying, White. But can we all agree? I think it's safe to say that the way we started the conversation off of the details we didn't have the rest, obviously. But is it safe to say, based off the only little details we had, nobody was really pushing, oh, I'm for the kids. It was more like, I'm on her side. That nigga should eat dirt. Is it safe to say that? Until we actually heard two
No, we
sides,
were always for the
that's
kids.
when we kind of, that's when we kind of be like,
The
okay, now,
anger
so Daryl,
Right, if we get out of that situation and gave you another scenario, it was always about the kids.
The reason why we even said he should die was because of what he did to the kids. It's the action against the kids that causes the reaction from us. It was always about the children and what happened to the kids. Now, was it a very strong reaction in the beginning? Yes, I agree with that. It was a very strong reaction. And now that we have a different perspective, like you stated in the beginning, Darren, it's always her side, his side, and then somewhere in between, we gonna find the truth, right? But regardless, on both sides, it seems that the truth is that these kids are being abused. And to me, that opens up a bigger question on why the kids aren't, like Marcus said, taken out the home. Regardless, we don't know what's going on. You have one side saying it's the son, you have one side saying it's the father. In the middle is the mom.
I can tell you why the kids ain't being taken out the home.
Why?
Because of the mama.
Because of the mama what? Because
of the
regardless,
mama. Because the mama gets the benefit of the doubt.
In that situation, though.
Because the mama gets the benefit of the doubt in these type of situations. That's how the kids ain't getting snatched out the home.
That's not. So this particular situation, let me just say this, because this is a totally different situation. In the situation I had to handle earlier this year, and I'm trying to be because I don't need this to come back on me. Nothing happened either. I reported it. Nothing happened. And I was dumbfounded when I got the information that, they said, oh, he's not in the house anymore. She's not in danger. So I don't know why the laws are the way that they are. I was so clueless.
What you mean? Are you saying nothing happened as far as the kids being taken out the home?
Well, she's not a kid anymore. She's of age, but not of age, but she's a teenager.
What I'm asking is
so basically, I think that anybody who works for DFS can probably verify. As long as the immediate danger is not going on at that time, they don't really take the person out. I think that's how that works.
But the issue in this situation is that from the other side's perspective,
that means
there's still immediate danger. You get what I'm saying? Like the other person that they're saying is doing this still lives in the home. So the children are still in danger regardless. So I'm kind of dumbfounded on why the children aren't just removed.
It's crazy.
So do you think Sweeney point stand?
At the end of the day, kids are not protected. Whether it be the mom or whatever the situation is, because they need to be protected from the mom. And we see this over and over again. There are women, there are mothers who are just as crazy, have kids, and these kids are not taken out of these situations. Listen, this is my problem. I'm with you, Marcus, because I'm about to log off. I cannot stand this gender war thing to the point where we're so dumbfounded. We ain't trying to protect children here. Like y'all want to be, me say something about women, me say something about men, and my whole focus is these children.
No, the question was
because guess what? At the end of the day, this is an ongoing situation. So if those kids are still with her, and it is her son, and we don't know the situation because you have to say allegedly because we don't know. That's a problem.
That's the thing. A question was asked. Why aren't the kids being taken out of the home? I just simply answered it because of the mother. She's the common denominator here. Because if it was the dad, he's getting kicked out of the home. So why aren't the kids being removed from the home? Because women tend to be given the benefit of the doubt in these type of situations, and that has to be hard cut. No holds bar proof, and she's the protector. She's the one that stands in the way of progress in this situation. Let's assume the son did it. She's the one standing in the way. Why? Because she's blaming the father. So who's getting the benefit of the doubt in this situation? The mother.
Right. So what was the problem in this situation? The court system. Because why is a child allowed to stay in a situation? Y'all not understanding what I'm saying?
The courts have to prove it first. You can't blame the courts. The courts have to see it all the way through before they make a decision. But internally, these people know you know when you're doing the wrong thing, and you know when you're trying to protect your freedom from doing the wrong thing. I mean, that's how the human beings act. But
Darwin, to
I
add
think
that
the
to
whole reason why she's pushing it on the father is so she can hold on to her kids and move on with her life.
Standing in the way.
I mean, this is a gameplay that I would think women, especially in 2024, given the history, should know that there's women out here that does some of the darndest things just to hold on to their kids or make sure that they get full custody. Like they will go through leaps and bounds, and to sit here and be confused that that's not what's happening it's like all of the content we made on these topics was just in the fucking wind.
I have a question. Does anybody know how old the oldest son is? Her oldest one?
No.
So this is what I was thinking, and I could be wrong. I use the word that Shannon used, allegedly. So if it is allegedly the older son, and if you just kind of, I'm just assuming this is all assumption, and the way the niece described it, it sounds like they got married quickly. She didn't get her way. He filed for divorce. Let's say that it was the son. It seems like, and I don't know if y'all caught the part where the niece said, the oldest son pushed his own little brother down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And he allegedly did, he did this to his younger sisters. I feel like there's a monster brewing in that house.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I would have as a woman is, am I really that hard pressed to pick my lifestyle over my children? Like,
that's an accountability issue that we never got through yet with women.
Like, the way I see it, it doesn't seem, I'm not saying it's not, but if it's not the husband, it seems like the husband was possibly having problems with this older son, perhaps. And if it wasn't him and it was the son, I don't understand. Like they said, she didn't get her way. It seems like there's like some kind of I don't know. There's like something not being said. Of course, we're not going to know yet, but I'm not sure why this son is still, he already looks like he was displaying
aggressive behavior.
And if he's touching and like that, I mean, I don't even know the correct term because I'm not a psychiatrist, but you're pushing down the stairs, you're aggressive, that's almost sociopathic.
Mm-hmm.
So now the ladies, can y'all at least agree that, obviously we don't know what's all true yet until it's finished, but we can say there is clear indicators. I mean, because I think me and Coco got disconnected earlier on understanding that a woman will indeed go through certain levels of evil just to, and it can be lying on her kids to be able to get her way.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even say it's, I'm gonna do y'all a solid. I'm not gonna even say it's a gender thing.
People, period, will do that.
I would just say the reason why I'm saying it's a woman in this situation, because this situation is more of it's more likely a woman do this because a woman is highly likely to get custody anyways. But in any other scenario where it doesn't involve kids in custody, I think any human being would try to protect their own life and means of living, and they would lie.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think that that's definitely something to think about.
So apparently the father isn't in the home because she put a protective order out against him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not there. All right. Just like we did earlier, let's assume that the niece is absolutely telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just assume that for a second. This is one of those situations where we can say that the father is between a rock and a hard place, where he's fighting an uphill battle against a woman that has a son in the house harming his children. But before he can get the jump on the son, she got the jump on him and got him removed from the home.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have to watch all this play out because it speaks to what I said earlier. She's the barrier that keeps all the kids in the house. She's the barrier in front of progress. She's trying to protect her son. So she's not gonna, you know what I mean? Who knows what she may keep her kids from doing? Who knows what she may coach the little girl to say? Because we also, again, let's just assume the niece is telling the truth. She coached the daughter to lie on the father.
So Sweeney, assuming that what you like, this scenario is playing out exactly how you saying, and she's keeping her children in the house with somebody that's molesting them, and she's co-party to that, yeah, kill that bitch too. Her and her son.
Oh, we gotta watch that.
Be careful about saying things.
Yeah,
you're gonna get the whole stream taken out, man.
Oh gosh.
No, I know what Marcus stands on this. I already know that. I was just talking about
it's a sensitive subject, period. When you're talking about kids, and I just wish people would just do right. Leave them. Why
I'm just speaking to like the questions of like, why would the kids still be in the house? If the mother has custody and she's the barrier between law being enacted and not, and she's pointing the finger at somebody else, now you got to watch all this play out in court. And you talking maybe months, if not years of this before anything ever gets solved. If she's the barrier between everything going down.
And this makes my point on a broken home, where there's not a man in the house that's able to enforce principles and standards. You got to understand that this woman has to be disconnected from her husband to the fact of where she's veered off and went her own way. She have kids that are unruly. And we haven't even brought in the father of the kid that's actually could allegedly doing this. Like, can you imagine this man sitting far watching this go down and like, this is why I want my son to live with me, because if my son was with me, he wouldn't be pushing his brother down the stairs. He wouldn't be touching girls. This is the reason why I said when the father is in the household, a lot of these things that are happening, and there's statistics to prove it, and I hate to keep repeating myself, that these kids don't behave like this, man. They just don't.
Yeah.
Let me check with Di. How you feeling about this, Di? You're on mute, just so you know.
When I was first hearing everybody argue, I kind of felt like where Shannon was coming from. I was disappointed that people was like, their first reaction was to argue about who's to blame versus like almost like the empathy for the kids. I'm glad I sat back and listened to both sides of the stories. I feel like it looked weird on both sides. When I heard the first lady's story, it seemed like she felt more guilty than like done wrong or in pain. I didn't feel like it like she was using her emotions to say, oh, this hurt me, but that's the way she tried to portray it to the world to save her face, to save her ass. Like, think about it. She's talking about how to become a trophy wife, and I guarantee you it probably don't even have anything to have to do with principles or anything like that. So it's like the only thing she care about is her image. She's a fucked up ass person, and I do think something wrong with her, and I do think that women like that are very detrimental. I was surprised that when we thought it was the first way at first, I heard how everybody responded to her when it was like, well, if he did do this, she's so bogus for not, acting immediately and right away. When I listened to the second part of the story, I think they said that the little boy had reported sexual abuse at some point, and the niece said that when they asked them about it, they said the mama did it. So that means this happened. It was a report made
It
about
wasn't
some
sexual
type of
abuse.
abuse.
It was just abuse.
It was just regular abuse.
It was
Okay.
just abuse, and it was the younger son. She got 2 boys and 2 girls.
The younger son. So
Yeah.
one of them, I want to listen to. I'm gonna go back and listen again. But I could have sworn she said, and the little boy said somebody did something to him, and guess who he said did it? The mama. And then she went to bring on, and if you go on record, because that I don't think that was technically on record, but then she said then it's on record that he was physically abused. So just with kids, just from just what I know and what I've read and the things I've studied, I've like studied psychology before at Triton. Kids, a lot of the times it's like learned behavior. So if he's pushing and he's doing, depending on how young the boy is, right? If the boy is like 15, 16, I don't know. But if the boy is like 7, 8, 9, 9 times out of 10 is being done to him. And he doesn't have a voice to say what's being happened. So he's lashing out to everyone in the house, right? something is being done to him. And I think when I heard the other niece talking, her lack of empathy for the kids made me feel like she was in the defense of the uncle for some reason. And I was so disgusted by how she was delivering her point with lack of empathy for those kids, the same ones that we're trying to have empathy for as we speak on the situation. Even us, without all the details, are careful. Well, I feel like I didn't have empathy for the son at all, but for the girls, y'all, we're careful how we say things, the way we're saying things, the emotion behind it. It just seems like she's just like, and fuck that little boy, and da 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 da, and da 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 da. And it's like, okay, what's going on? But fuck it. Say if what the niece saying is correct. I'm watching the panel and I'm like, now that the roles switch, I wonder if they're gonna say the same thing about the guy. Like, why didn't you divorce her when she said that you was sexually assaulting her? Or why didn't you divorce her when it first came out, when the little boy, before the 2 and 4-year-old got involved, when the little boy came out and said she did it or she was the one abusing me? Why did you continue to have kids with this lady with this type of background? So I do understand, like, for me, I agree with Shannon. I can argue both points. If you, whatever situation you want me to give the view, wherever you want my perception to go, I'm going to argue whatever's what's best for the kids. You know what I'm saying? Period. And then if the role end up switching, I'm gonna get on the other person as equally as I did when when the roles was switched. So that's just my opinion. I feel like the system is fucked up. This is something I'm not ashamed of, but a friend of mine was mad I couldn't go to her birthday party. And I had a platform for people who had to who was dealing with mental illnesses. We all kind of supported each other because we felt like other people couldn't empathize with what we were going through. And she took my stuff and sent it to DCFS for 2 years, y'all. First off, let's say I love kids. I'm always complimenting about the relationship I have with my daughter and the relationship I have with other people, kids, my family. I love kids. And she took some tweets and sent it as I was trying to heal about my child's father. So all glory be to God. Before I do my healing, I look up, I do research, psychology. I had sources that backed up the way I was doing what I was doing. But for 2 years, DCFS, they we're not going to do here. We're going to put this on your background and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. But at the same time, I remember when I was taking care of my auntie who was on drugs. We were, not me, but my family was taking care of their kids and we trying to get them help. And they ain't doing the goddamn thing. All glory be to God, that stuff is not on my record. And the judge told me, if you didn't do your research, if you didn't have your resources, if you didn't do the things that, because they talk about something, well, we're not going to charge you with it, but we're going to keep it in the system. No, the fuck you not.
Did they ever
I'm
take?
smart. I went to school. But the system, I agree with Shannon. The system is failing these kids and it's messed up. And we need to start coming up with new laws to protect these kids. People want to come up with laws about money. We need more laws that put our Black men in better positions to lead. We need laws that, like I said, protect these children. Because at the end of the day, something's going on. And now that I'm hearing the story, then come to find out, now I'm happy that the guy did file for divorce. But then this is why I said men have to be comfortable doing what's best for them and their family too. Because if he tried to stick it out after knowing her background, because he did marry her and then he had kids, then it's like, damn, I guess he did try to take on that leadership role, and that's messed up. And that's why in the beginning of the panel, I said, if a man is in that position and his kids are in harm's way and the wife is fucked up, he needs to get up out of there. He needs to get up out of there.
I just wanted to say, we don't know if he knew her history before marrying her. They were only together for 6 months. And even though she said she did a background check, we don't necessarily know if he went that far to do a background check on her and see the history of her and her children. I think when the niece brought up the thing about her having a case against her abusing her child, I think that was before him. And then with the SA allegations, I feel that was in the now, right? Like she's building her case against him. And so now that's something extra she's put out. I don't think she came right to him and told him, this is how you made me feel. I think you SA'd me, you know? So to give him the benefit of the doubt, I don't think he knew these things. I think he married this woman, and just like we thought with him, he might have had a mask on. She had a mask on. She played a role because she wanted to live the lifestyle that she felt he could provide for her. And then once she got in that lifestyle, things started to change. If once again, we're assuming that the niece's story is correct, once she didn't start getting the things that she wanted, she changed her behavior.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Wait, Doc, are you saying that you think that this man went ahead and had kids? Wow. She was at the same time she was accusing him of essaying her early in the relationship?
That's how I interpreted the story based on, but
You
when I just
you
heard Ty
believe this
speak, she
man
said something different. So if we're gonna go based on how Ty presented it and how she interpreted the story and how like when she was saying certain things back to me, I wouldn't think that's the case. But when she was kind of saying it, I thought she was saying it based on a timeline order. Like this happened, then this happened, then this happened. And as these things was happening, it got to a point where it got to this point, and that's when he said, you know what, since you don't want me to protect my kids and you won't let me protect my girls by removing your son, then I'm just gonna remove you and fight for my kids. I
No,
thought that it was,
no,
oh, you feel me, the little boy came out, he said that something was happening to him, and she didn't say when it came out. She didn't say if that came out
Yeah,
during their
she didn't say.
marriage or if it came out during her last relationship. So the fact that the niece knew about it made me assume that it happened during their marriage.
She knows about it because it's an ongoing case. So they're gathering evidence against her. So this is probably all information he's finding out as she's putting out these allegations against him and he's building his case.
And how long have they been married?
We don't know.
no
It
longer
has to
six,
be a few years.
And I,
'cause
six
Hold on,
that's
y'all.
why I think the boys' age is important, because then we can kind of gauge
And
how
even
things
while we're
happen.
talking,
Yeah.
you guys, and we gotta always say allegedly, because even as we're talking, let's just say the little boy didn't do anything. We're sitting here accusing a kid because he too could be a kid. You know what I'm saying? So I think that we don't want to make it tacky. We can have conversation, but it's gotta be allegedly.
JR, before you play the next video, I did want to address something that Di said, right? And this kind of put a lot of things in perspective. So we're asking the question of, well, why aren't the kids being removed from the house? Because currently at this moment, these are all still allegations. And I'm glad that Di told her story and tried, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be, I'm not being insensitive.
I'm not
on
sensitive
this.
about it. Go
Right.
ahead.
If based on accusations, they could have taken Di's kids right out the house, despite the fact she done nothing wrong. If the court system played out the way that we're saying that it should on this panel, her kids will be out the house until further notice.
They
And
did
then
it
she would
right.
have to prove that she would have to go to court and give them all this information and have all her
I get
ducks
what
in a
you're
row.
saying.
Then she would have got her kids back. And who knows how long? She said this happened, what, 2 years?
But the difference in
Sweeney, the
these
only
two,
reason why they didn't take her was because there's somebody here as well. So they do interviews with the children and things of that nature.
No,
So
I get that.
yeah.
I'm just
I feel
saying,
like
like,
the
how
biggest
if we're
difference
saying
between the two
I see what you're saying, Sweeney.
if we're
it's
saying that if
actual
Yeah, I get
evidence
what he's
of them
saying.
being sexually assaulted, though. They went to the hospital. They have documentation proving that they were assaulted. Like, that's not a question. Were they assaulted? Were they not assaulted?
true.
We know they were assaulted. With Di's situation, they were trying to figure out if what the girl was even saying was actually happening to the child. They had no actual
Fair
proof
enough.
of that. We have proof that this is happening to these children. So regardless, the children, the two girls at the very least, should be taken out of the home and placed in a separate place until they figure out what's really going on, because the children are being assaulted, whether it's by the mama, the daddy, the brother, the cousin, the uncle, whoever. I feel like that's the biggest difference between the two.
And let me just say this. A GoFundMe? Like, why? Like, what's up with the GoFundMe? Like, that's a red flag in itself too. Like, why do you have a GoFundMe? So that came out with old girl who spoke on it. That's a little I'm concerned there. It's it's crazy to me, but
I'm about to bring Coco up so she can say something. Make sure we don't cut off. Then I'll play the video. Yeah.
Not Coco. I was about to say you was in the back chat going off. You ain't prepared. Get your ass up here and say something.
Because y'all keep on talking about, at the end of the day, that niece, like, I'm annoyed because she still, now she brought up the boys. Like, she still started accusing another kid of doing something. I know how spiteful women are. Why is she speaking up that much information for her uncle before he even says anything publicly? But you got this clad tight attorneys. Like, so why you just sit here and gave us 15 minutes? I don't understand why she knows so much and why she's so invested. Anybody can go to court, yes, public information. But for her to be given specific details like that, it's like, why you know so much? Like, you know so much and you very passionate. So like, it would make sense if she was a nanny, if she babysat, but I just feel like she got an issue with the girl too, and she also brought the other girl's kids in the situation. So I'm just gonna leave it as we don't know the whole situation, but that ain't cool to be sitting up here going tit for tat publicly. It's okay for it ain't okay for the mom to say that her kid was assaulted, but the cousin can sit up here and accuse her son of doing it, and we just gonna sit up here and start saying, "Well, the boy this, the boy that." Like, nah, we still accusing the kids, and there's no factual information out there. That's
Yeah, but
how
she
I'm
went to
saying.
court though. She went to court, so she would have a lot of information. Not to mention she's a family member, and she's being the voice because she understands that he's being maligned. The wife has displayed some very disparaging things about her uncle, and if that were your family member, you would care enough too. So, being that he legally can't say anything because he has the open case, which she mentioned, she's being the mouthpiece because she's not held to that same standard because she's not, I guess, named in the case or a part of the case, so she could say what she wants. She could be his mouthpiece right now.
Also, we're not gonna put a son that's abusing other kids in the same category as the kids being abused. So if you come out, if the mama come out here,
Allegedly abusing.
I'm just saying, like, when we say, "Oh man, how dare she bring up that boy?" Because if he the one that's doing the shit, and you just accuse my uncle of doing this shit, and I know it's your
But
son,
she just did the same thing that y'all saying the mom did. She's doing the
no,
same thing y'all said the
there's
mom
a
did.
difference. There's a difference between bringing up victims
know is the person who
and
did
bringing
it
up
and the
a
victim.
perpetrator. We're not talking about a victim in this situation.
If
We're talking about a
if we're
perpetrator.
narrowing it down, which most of you guys on this panel have been talking about, if we narrow it down to a sneaky ass, fucked up, snake ass chick, yes, she is. However, at the end of the day, they still got married. These are her kids. She blames the kids. That's nasty work right there. But then the cousin comes and wants to defend her uncle, and then she brings up another kid that did something to the other kids to bring the uncle away from it.
No,
And we still don't
no,
know.
no. What? No, that's not what happened, Coco. What
Like,
happened was
just don't believe everything the cousin's saying, because she seemed like somebody that got too much to say about something that's not her business. That's
Coco.
all.
That's not what happened. What happened is the father was accused of touching the little girl. The cousin is saying no.
It's
It
the
was never
niece,
the
y'all.
father. It was the niece. The niece said no, it wasn't the father. It wasn't my uncle. It was the brother. And the little girl said it was the brother. That's what she's saying. She ain't saying, "Oh man, you want to blame my uncle for touching little kids?" Well, guess what? I know something about your nephew. I mean, about your son. That ain't what happened. What she's saying is you blame my uncle, but it turned out it was your son that was actually doing it. So I think it's different.
I want to know who touching the son. I want to know where all this
Only
coming
time.
from.
Oh, you know what? Only time will
I want to know who
tell.
touching the son and the little girl, because that's fucked
Hey
up.
ladies, welcome back to the new trophy wife.
Ain't no way
Today
in hell
I'm
you
going to be
come out here
sharing my
like
story
this.
with you guys about how I went from being a single mom to a spoiled housewife in less than 1 year. And you can too. So I had my first child when I was 17 years old. I intentionally got pregnant with my boyfriend at the time and basically turned into a child raising a child. A few years later, had my second child. So after having two children and being a single mom, I think that my self-esteem was definitely low. I didn't know that at the time, but if I think back about the kind of men that I was choosing, it definitely was a reflection of my lower self-esteem. I think that growing up, I was not taught the kind of men that I should be looking to attract and be in a relationship with. My mom drilled into me, oh, go with the man that's going to be the best breeder. And I think society drilled into me to go after the thug, the street dude, the swag type dude, or whatever you want to call it. But neither one of those was the best approach to going about dating and attracting a husband. So after having my second child, I was working hard. I was making really good money. I think I was making about maybe 90K at the time, which for me as a 24-year-old woman was good. I thought I was doing good. I had my own plates. I owned my car. I was very self-sufficient. All about the mindset of, oh, I can do it by myself. I don't need a man, as so many of us modern women say. You know, I can do it all by myself. And I soon realized after one Christmas of it just being me and my two boys that I wanted a family. I wanted more for myself. It felt so lonely and it was sad. It was really sad. And it was, I'd say, one of the lowest points in my life. And I realized that I don't want to do this on my own. I don't want to raise these boys on my own. I want a family. I want someone that I can love, someone that loves me and my children. And after that was when I decided that I was going to change the kind of men I was dating and what I was attracting. One of my sisters at the time had, well, online profiles are only for people that are desperate, and I look good. I'm not desperate. I don't need to, I can find a man just going out. And I was against it at first. And I think I also had a skewed version of what a high value man was at the time as well. I thought that a good mate or the man to go after was the one with the super nice car and a stack of money and type of man that I should have been going after. And I learned quickly that just because someone looks like they have, look for when trying to find a husband. So I ended up taking my sister's advice and signing up for eHarmony. Yeah, she recommended Match, but in my spirit, I felt eHarmony. I don't know why. It's just something told me to. It was very different. My husband and I have a 20-year age gap, and he was not the first older man that I dated. I actually dated someone like 10 years older than me, and that was just a buzz. A lot of people have told me that I'm very mature for my age, so someone 10 years older than me just wasn't a big enough age gap for me to vibe with. It just wasn't. Yeah. And so when I met my husband, I knew right away almost, and people say that, but it was definitely true. I know it sounds cliche. Just from our first date, it just felt natural. I felt like I just had known this person already. It was so comfortable.
How old is this woman?
No, she didn't say anything mean.
I'm trying to look it up now.
I'm still trying to figure out how old she is.
I'm trying to
sick of her.
It's so hard to find the information.
I didn't think she said anything bad in that video. I mean, if we take everything out, did she say anything that was?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how old she is. So I can find out how old the son is.
So we went to a seafood restaurant, and it was great. It was an amazing first date, and mind you, I think we both were kind of just dating different people at the time, and that's definitely something that I recommend if you're looking to, find a husband. Is not just dating one person at a time.
How old are
It's
you?
not good to put all your eggs in one basket. But we had a great first date, and I think he ended up asking me to be his girlfriend on the first date, and I said I would think about it. I know that the universe guru talks about how you shouldn't
How
fall
does she have a
into the
following?
girlfriend trap, and it was kind of something that I just intuitively knew, like, I'm not just going to agree to be your girlfriend just after meeting you, because I know that it's talking, but then for some reason we kind of stopped talking for a little while, and we both were dating other people and doing our own thing.
Sweet
I felt
me.
like I had to agree to be his girlfriend because he asked me multiple times, and I finally agreed. So after me and him broke up, well, let me rewind. So me and him ended up breaking up because he just didn't really vibe with my oldest son, who was 5 at the time. I could tell that he was really just putting up with my
She is
kids.
annoying. I'm
He
She is
sorry.
didn't
so
really
boring.
embrace them.
This is a boring woman.
Sometimes
That's
human
why I'm like,
beings
why?
can
Is
tell
she
when someone's
why?
just
How does she have a
for the
following?
purpose
This
of
is
being
boring.
with you, and they're not
Wait, I want to
necessarily
hear why she didn't get along with
invested
her
in
son,
your
her 5-year-old
kids
son.
themselves. And that's what I felt like from him. So it just didn't
I
feel
don't
good. It didn't
understand
feel
how.
like a family, the kind of family that I was wanting. So I ended up breaking up with him, and we were living together. I know. We were living together, and I just like packed all my stuff and left. And it was crazy because the next day, my husband, my now husband, reached out to me and was like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And I told him, I just got out of a relationship, and I kind of told him a little bit about why. And he was telling me like, "Oh, those are my boys," and he had
Bueller.
genuinely really
Oh my
connected
God.
with my
Bueller.
kids, and he was not the kind of
Bueller.
man that was just be nice to them to get to me. Like, it was very genuine, and that was one of the things that I really loved about him. That was something that stood out about him versus the other men that I had dated, was he really embraced the fact that I had children because he wanted children. And so, he was talking, my lease was going to be ending very soon, which is why I went ahead and moved in with my person that had became my ex. We started living together, and I told my husband, I was like, "Hey," I know it's so embarrassing to admit, but I was like, "I need a place to stay because my lease is ending, and I just broke up with my boyfriend, and maybe even if it's just like for a couple weeks, it's okay. Just while I look for, somewhere else, because I had planned on immediately." And I, didn't want to get my hopes up, so I just said that, he's saying all these things, but I'm going to see what action that he takes. And so I had just got paid, and I was like, okay, it seems like we're really talking about seriously entertaining the idea of getting married. So I'm going to go and get the wedding ring. We were talking about getting married like the next week, and he was out of town in Colorado, so we hadn't seen each other. This was all talk over the phone, over FaceTime. So I went and got his ring. I think I paid like $300 for it. It wasn't like a super flashy ring like the one he has now, which is fire under him to.
It's so many red flags in everything that girl just said. If I'm correct, she said she was 20 something years old, 25, 29 something, making $90,000 a year. Okay. 24, making 90 grand a year. Yet your lease was coming up. That's why you moved in with the first boyfriend. And the day after y'all broke up, your new husband called you, and you just happened to bring up in conversation, "I need a place to live." Why? Why do you need a place to live and you make 90 grand a year? The math is not mathing. It's not making sense. And then it makes me think you literally were living a life as if you did not have children and you were just chasing a bag. Because why would you, as a mother of 2 children, whether it's 2 boys, 2 girls, whatever, automatically put them in a household with a man that you hardly know? Whether it's only for a week or 2 or whatever, just because somebody, I just said it to see what he would say. No, you said it because you wanted to live off of someone, because you didn't make $90,000 a year, unless I don't know what you were doing and it wasn't consistent money, because you should have been able to take care of yourself. You wouldn't even been that thirsty to jump into a household with someone that you hardly knew. Y'all weren't even talking. You were just out of another relationship with somebody that you were supposedly committed to, moving in with, and you uprooted your boys and threw them in the house with a whole nother man. And then you wonder why, if the oldest boy is messed up, why he messed up.
She's coming off as an opportunist.
Yeah,
A manipulator. A manipulator.
Oh my God.
A manipulator.
She's a manipulator with a pretty face.
So I was just gonna say, absolutely.
Shan, now you said that you ain't see shit wrong at first.
You said what now? Shan said what?
I said you said you ain't see nothing wrong at first.
You did say that at first. I wasn't listening.
So I didn't see this story. I saw something totally different, and I saw it in snippets. Y'all saw a whole story. I just saw what JR posted, and I said what I said.
When the video first ended, you said you didn't see anything wrong with what she just said.
Oh, you're talking about at the beginning? I didn't. She was talking about how she changed her ways and people she was dating. I didn't see anything. I mean, personally, as she continued to talk, absolutely. Because when you're like Ty just said, my concern is you moved your kids in with a man you just met. My other concern is he dated a chick just based off of her looks, so she could be the crazy one. And y'all gotta do better with this dating. Like, what are we doing? But I fought her even more than I fought him, because you're coming with children. And so you just jumping in somebody's house with your kids, like, that's crazy to me. You just left somebody else's house, and now you're jumping into somebody else's house with your kids,
with your children.
So Shan, I agree with you. I agree with you as far as both of them being wrong, because he should definitely vet more than that. I don't think he had the wherewithal to really navigate in relationships at all. And sometimes, but I do think that he likely went into the situation in good faith, which is the difference between her. She absolutely did not go in good
went
faith.
in with his penis.
Hold on, that would listen.
Let's keep
that's
it up. She
not
was 20
necessarily
years younger than him. They weren't even dating. He was ready to jump on that. She looked good. She looked like she got a nice little tight body.
He wanted to marry something that was a trophy.
Yep, and that's what she was going to be. So he was thinking with below his jeans, and she was thinking with her pocketbook. They were both looking at as an opportunity to gain something.
We're not talking about what his preference was, because y'all talking about his preference, right? And if his preference is physical attributes, you can't say that's bad faith, right? As long as he's going in to provide, if he's willing to provide whatever she is requesting, then regardless of that's what his primary focus was, her looks, that's still not bad faith. Like it or not, it's really not. That men are mostly attracted to looks. That's what's going to get you in the door. What was the first thing I said? What was the first thing that I said? I said he lacked the discernment, and he should have vetted better.
Thank you
but
for
what we're talking
up,
about in good, it's not about dressing it up. It seems like people are like not understanding plain English here. But the first thing that I said was that he went in with good intentions, likely, right? As long as he's willing to provide what it is that she wants, that's fine. If he likes looks and he takes that over, okay, so be it. It doesn't mean that he's going in bad faith. She, on the other hand, she was going in not trying to provide what it is that he wanted. And that's why I say in bad faith.
Trev, do you remember yesterday's conversation? Did
No.
you tune in? Okay, so yesterday's conversation, when we were saying we just want a man with stability. We just want a man that's able to do certain things. We just want this, that. Y'all some gold digging ass bitches, huh? Y'all some gold digging ass bitches, huh? Then we like, no, we named other qualities. We named things that if you're going into a marriage thing with strictly trophy wife how you look, and you and nah, that nigga was played. He was stupid, and that's not a smart thing to do. Just like it would be stupid for any woman
No, I
to
dig
base
it.
her
But the
marriage
the first words out of my mouth when I said she saw him as a lick, and he was right. He fell
And
for
he
it, and that
saw
was
her
dumb.
as a piece
No,
of
no,
ass.
Yes,
And
he
she
thought
was.
she was
not.
gonna be a
Hold on,
yes
wait.
man.
Well,
It
you
was no
can't. You
how she
can't.
was saying. Well,
At
I
that point, you're
love
assuming.
that.
We
Neither
heard what
one
she
of them
said.
moved discernment in that
No, you
situation.
can't
Both
We
say
of
heard
them
what she
moved
said.
opposite.
We haven't heard a peep out of man. So everything that we know about her, we saw. We could make a proper inference from because we saw what it is that she said. You can tell everything that she's saying in plain English. Anything that you're saying about the dude is just an assumption. I don't even know what he looked
said
like.
it. She said
You don't know.
You said it too. You agreed. Low key, you low key agreed.
So
No,
listen.
I didn't
no,
agree
hold
with
on,
what y'all said.
Wait. He's saying what Trev is saying basically is that one person went in the situation in good faith, the other person went in with ill intentions. She
I'm
went in
saying
because
they
we.
both.
No, hold on, wait. You can't say that because somebody's attracted to someone that's ill intention.
I don't think
It's not.
attention though.
I
It's
think
not
she did.
ill
I think she
intention.
went
I
into it
feel
to
that they
manipulate the
both
fuck out of him.
were going for a goal. That's what I'm saying. And neither one of them vetted the other person enough, which is why they're in this situation that they're in now. It plays a part on both sides.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Look good because as a man,
You a leader.
whether you like what you like or not, as a man, you're talking to a female that you haven't even talked to for a while. You like how she looks. She has 2 kids, and one of the first things out her mouth is that she don't have a place to stay, and that's not gonna send a little red flag up over your head to be
You
like.
think she presented it? You think she presented it in that way? She didn't present it in that way. I know women who do this for real, and they're a lot more savvy than that, right? It's
She just
it's
said
different.
how she presented
I have a
it.
question.
Though. It doesn't matter how savvy she did it.
I got a
That's
question
not
for
going to send a red flag over your head. I'm asking
So-
the gentleman on the panel, whether you saw her and you were attracted to her or not. That's
already
not going to
said
send
they
a
not
red
dating.
flag that a woman that's supposed to be making
dating.
$90,000. That's what she told you when you first started dating. Now her lease coming up and she don't have nowhere for her and her 2 kids to go. And you just start talking to her. Right. She just
It seems like y'all only miss manipulation when it comes to females because she's manipulated the situation.
Trev, but when we
He was
saying
dumb to
that she
fall
was
for it.
manipulating
He was
into
dumb to
marriage
fall for it, but
That's all I
are you
wanted.
truly going to blame the victim?
I'm like,
Because
he's
if a
the one
man
that proposed.
manipulated a
He's the
woman,
one that gave her the ring, though.
Did the panel just not do that when we thought the situation was on the woman? When we thought that the man actually molested the girl, and we actually talked about.
I never thought that.
I mean, when we thought the man did, I know you didn't agree, but when the rest of the panel thought that they did it, everybody was mainly talking about holding her accountable. But
I can only speak for me. I know what I
I'm
did.
talking about the people that thought it. People who was saying, they was like, hold her accountable. Why would she stay that long? Why would she stay with a man that did this? Why would she stay with a man that did this? So why is it not the same situation
No,
now
I
that
don't
he's
think.
the
I
victim?
don't think. No,
What's
listen,
the difference?
hold on, wait. I don't think any of us are saying that. Oh, he vetted properly. We're saying, okay, he's dumb. The
But I'm
problem
saying,
with
why
hold
are
on,
y'all not
wait,
going
hold
at
on,
it at
wait,
the same
die.
extent you do it with
I'm about
her?
to answer it. The difference is that y'all are assuming his intentions. That's the part that we're like, hold on. He's only dating her because she's pretty and he's trying to get what he wants out the deal. That's
Why
the part
else
where
would you move a woman
smart,
into
rich,
your house?
Because
successful
he
man
don't
dating
like.
somebody 20 years younger than him. A smart, rich, successful man, successful, able to put her in houses.
That's what
He's
I'm
going after his
saying.
money. Are you telling me
Not do that.
that he
He
didn't
can
see
get
any
any
red flags?
woman.
That's what
He
you're
picked
saying.
her for a reason. I
With
don't
the
know.
2 kids,
have y'all ever
with
seen the
everything
dude?
involved, y'all always come
Have y'all
on
ever
here
seen
and
the
always
dude?
talk about how even most single mothers in
That's
general are red flags, and now
fine.
all of a sudden
How,
she's not.
have
That's
y'all
fine.
seen the guy?
I seen it.
We saw him
I
on
was
the panel.
No, but
Though.
allegedly he has money. You know, he can be ugly and girls will still, because he got money, they're going to still trick him like that. So, like, he
All
still
I'm
put a
saying
ring
is
on a
he told them
girl. He could have had
both.
any woman. He could have proposed to anybody. He proposed to her. So,
Yo, y'all are wilding.
I'm just
Since when
saying,
do we?
why
Since
they
when do we
both get
victim
him
blame?
wrong?
The
Since when do
first
we
thing I
victim
said was
blame?
she was a manipulator. I didn't
How is
like
he
it.
a victim?
What I don't like is how y'all didn't address her, and address him the same way y'all was addressing her.
Does that look like a
When
dude
they said
with any chick that he
when
want?
she put herself in a situation for her kid to be molested, when that was the first narrative. Nobody has yet been like,
he bogus. He should have vetted differently. Like y'all didn't go as hard. Y'all didn't drag it out as long. Y'all
And
ended
he
it there a
black.
little bit and went straight back to the female.
So listen to this.
And he black.
I get okay. So let's just take this. Consider now.
So we don't know guys that can play that love to play Captain Sable.
Sweeney.
Wait, let me see his picture.
We don't know guys that want to play Captain Sable.
Yeah.
Yes,
So listen, ladies. So it's real fast. I can see what Trev is saying. What he's saying is we're just assuming that he went in with ill. We know for a fact she did because it came out of her mouth. She's actually doing an interview and we can hear her sound like she's an opportunist. We can only assume that he was. We can't place it on him because we do know guys who this may be the most beautiful girl he's ever seen. He could have fallen in love. Infatuation feels like love at first, So in his good heart of hearts, he thought he was in love with this woman.
When the situation was the girl, why couldn't she have the same situations and excuses? That's what I want to know.
Because we got her being manipulative.
Can I say something? Can I interrupt? Hold on, can I interrupt? Y'all don't know that this woman is a flock from Sheriff Seven's nest.
She is.
And this dude is fucking never seen anything dazzling as her cross him and want to give him entertainment. This dude is what we call a simp.
Clearly.
This dude just ran the numbers like, wow, I can't believe this is happening to me. This wasn't even a matter of this man trying to leave with his wallet or anything. He was just
a woman like this wanted to.
He was shocked that this woman was giving him the time of the day.
I ain't gonna assume that either.
Did you?
I ain't gonna assume that either.
He's 20 years older.
This dude, bro. Listen. Look at this.
20 years older.
Not the large picture, though.
Y'all not going to
large.
20 years older. When insecure women put themselves in positions
Nobody with that hairline.
y'all get on
He's pulling
their
any
ass.
chick that he wants.
When insecure women put their
He's not
positions,
pulling
He got the Eddie Munster.
y'all
listen.
on their mother.
Hold on, let me finish the point.
Let me just say I can see it.
This dude is not pulling. I don't care what money that he got, bro. Like, I think we had this conversation.
The only people he
You
pulls
can
is
have money,
women.
and if you ain't got the look, bro, you gonna struggle out there. It don't matter. But if you talking to a woman from Sharon Seven's nest, I'm telling you, if you read her books, if you listen to her content, that look shit does not matter. It does not matter.
Oh, now they look like they compliment each other.
No, fuck no. When you dealing with a gold,
The woman is always supposed to look better than the man, just so y'all know.
Not like that, though. Not like
got
that.
a widow
Not
cheek
like that.
without a jawline. He don't have a jawline.
He don't have a jaw.
I take everything I
Can
said
you imagine
back.
what his torso look like? Looking at his neck, you can kind of tell that his torso is fucked up too.
All I'm saying
is, I get what you're saying, Ty.
Yeah.
We hold simps accountable all the time.
What
we saying though is that the difference is that we have several videos. We know her intentions because she told us though. She told us straight up, she even started telling other women, this is how you bag a simp. That's essentially what she's saying.
Basically.
So
she trash.
So the thing that we do know about simps is a lot of the times, like Trev said, they go in with good intentions because they want the woman. They actually, whatever woman they can get, they actually want the woman. I want her. I want to take care of her. I want to make some babies with her. I want to live the rest of my life with this woman.
He's living the life. Yeah.
He's living the life that he tried to
everything she ever wanted.
Based on how she looked and not how she act.
I wish I would have seen that picture.
Hold on, but it didn't
earlier.
matter though. As long as she reciprocated for this dude, obviously she wasn't reciprocating. That's why he filed a divorce. But if she would, you got to understand how these dudes work. You can call them simps on you all, but a lot of these dudes that y'all are passing up are these brothers that will give you everything you crying about and everything you going through pain. These guys is willing to be there for you from thick and thin and stay married you to death do their part and give you everything you want. But you don't want them because of the fucking jawline and the torso.
Hold on, let's take. Hold on, I want to take a poll of the ladies on the panel real quick.
You could get a man
I want to take a poll of the ladies on the panel real quick. Let's take the abuse side of it, right?
Yeah.
Let's just take that out and keep the money on the table. Would any of y'all date and marry that dude?
You could fix him up, yeah.
I would.
Don't she
We
lie?
gonna grow that
God,
beard
Come
don't
on,
she
out.
bro.
lie?
We gonna grow that beard
Who?
out. I'm gonna take you to my hood
I
barber
know
so
I'm
he can put
lying.
your
I don't
waves
go
in your
after men
hair.
for money.
And then we gonna take you to a man who is
Now
who is
he's
a
not
stylist.
ugly.
You got all
Okay,
this
let's.
money. We're gonna
He's
take you to
not
a
He's
ugly.
stylist
not
and it's gonna
ugly.
match my
He's
flag.
he's
He
not
can go
ugly.
bald. I'm gonna make sure he go bald, shave his hair, help him grow a goatee,
So
That
let's
ain't
just
my cup of tea.
listen. Let me just say this: the man is not ugly. However,
He's
for
not
her to
ugly.
be as young as she is, she's into, and you can tell that was an opportunity, right? Now he was dating
Yes,
somebody older
they
like
had
me,
nothing
like
in
okay, that
common.
shit kind of matches. But if you young, you got this. It's kind of off. And then whenever she's talking, I know. With now you putting all this. I wish that picture would have came out a little bit earlier. It's starting to make a little bit more sense.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all though. If I had a picture of a predator,
Look at the sunglasses, y'all.
All I know is
They look like Cartiers though. It look like Cartiers for real,
I
for
don't
real.
care what they are. They
Yeah, they
ugly.
don't mean nothing.
I don't care what they are. They're ugly.
if you was to
I
say,
would date him.
if you was to put predator in a dictionary,
He
you have
don't
to
look
put
like
a
a
picture
predator.
next to it.
He don't look like him.
Come on, he don't look.
He does look like that.
I'm telling y'all,
Nah.
He just look
we doing
boring.
a disservice,
He
yo.
look
We doing a
boring.
disservice.
Listen,
it's the shades for
Yeah,
me.
he might
The
not be
shades
that.
already. I would have got the
So
car from the
Sweeney, I
shades.
think we conflating it. He does look like a dude who doesn't get none,
look boring.
right? And a lot of dudes who don't get none somehow, sometimes can become the most likely predators. So maybe that's where you're getting at. But I don't think he just outright looks like a predator.
Well, I was just being
right?
funny,
He
y'all.
doesn't.
You know, I
But
was
Let me say this. No.
he don't look like
Y'all be going so far with these accusations. What? A predator?
Y'all remember that?
He look like his name is Earl. That's what he looked like. His name is Earl.
He
And
does
the
look
fact
like
that
a
he
He does.
asked her to be his girlfriend on the first date should have said it all.
It said enough.
Yeah,
Like,
he don't be around women that like him like that. And regardless of how boring y'all think she is,
she bogus
he would
for
be
taking
just so
advantage of
interested in her conversation at all.
He
He probably could talk to her about boring stuff. She's gonna be soft and feminine and everything. She got the demeanor to be able to hook one of these dudes. And she had those intentions off rip. So she knew how to project whatever she needed to
Y'all be wanting
project
us
that
to act
particular
fake
night
like that. That's how
to
y'all
scoop
be
his
wanting us
ass.
to act fake like that.
She
Y'all
was
be
like,
wanting
I
us to be
dumped
fake
That's
and
what
him.
I'm saying. He put a ring on it because he liked what she was doing.
Y'all want us to be fake just like that bitch.
Left
That's why be
him
an
and moved
issue.
in with him.
I have a question for the men.
yeah.
God
Y'all
forbid
want
if
us
she
to be
put it
fake
on him
just
that
like her.
particular night. It
Hold
was
on,
over.
hold on. Aisha, what you say?
Kim got a question or something.
So if the question's for
I
the
said
men,
that I think that we missed the fact that she said that she met him. They dated. She dumped him. She got with another man. She moved in with that man with her kids. She dumped that man and then moved right back in with him.
Because he didn't like her oldest child. And so then
Because
she
the
left him
last
to
boyfriend
this one.
didn't like the oldest
And I
child.
did the math. He about 11 or 12. He's about 11 or 12.
I did
He
too.
saw the
I
writing on the wall about that oldest child.
seen that too. 11-year-old, 12. Oh.
Hold on, 11 or 12 at the time in which the dude left her.
No, he's 11 or 12 now.
He's
Because she said that she had him when she was 17.
How old is
she
she?
said she had another kid.
I think he was 5 then.
That's like 7. And then
So
she
she
was
like
a
31.
4-year-old.
She like 31,
But then you have to
32.
have a year to conceive. So the 4-year-old is the oldest kid, assuming that they, but they dated for a year. They had a year to add 2 more years. We're talking about 12, 13.
But when
Well, they only dated for 6 months before they got
she said
married.
the oldest was 5 when she was 24, and if he's 12
With
now,
all that
she gotta
drama
be
that
like,
went on between
I thought the
it,
youngest
the
was 5
boyfriend
when she was
changes. That's
24.
probably a year's
she
time.
said her oldest was 5 when she
The
was 24.
oldest was 5.
That's
when
what I'm
she
saying.
was
They saying the
24.
oldest is 12 now, so that means
Yeah.
she's like 31, 32, because you got to add 7 on to the 5 to make 12, and then you add it to
It would have to
her.
be 22. She said she had her first at 17 years old, right?
She's
And it
17.
was 5 when she was
had
24.
another one at 24.
That math ain't mathin'.
No, it's
No.
It's 7. He said, okay, so she had him at 17, to then to 24, which is like 7.
Then he would be 7. Yeah, yeah.
7.
Somebody kept saying 5.
Right.
No,
So
I'm
we're
sorry,
gonna so she has 7, and then let's just think
So
about
then
that
she's
year
29.
she dated with all that drama, and then they end up getting married. But then it takes you a year to bake a kid, right? So that's another year, right? And then now the kid is 4 years old. So add another 4. So we're talking about 13 years old, right?
She 29. Wait, how did you find
Since we have spent so much time on this situation, can we just keep up with this story and see what actually happened? Because I still think that it's exaggerated on the niece's part too.
When you jump in and out of people's houses, like the way she jumping from man to man, a lot of times when kids molest, when kids molest somebody, they typically was a victim of that themselves.
Yeah.
She probably, if she didn't do it, somebody she was dating or one of them houses she took them to, that's a terrible mother.
Or the boyfriend that didn't like him. The boyfriend that didn't like the 5-year-old.
So here's the question: what was the age of the boy who may have committed that offense? What age was he? Yeah, what age?
12, 13.
So, and they're saying it just happened, so it potentially happened while he was 13.
Yes.
Okay. So Marcus, in that case, what you think should happen to homeboy at 13?
Yeah, you rape a 2-year-old, it's over for you. I
I
still
don't
smoke
think it should
shit.
be. He's 13 and
Damn.
he's a kid. So, like,
Can I ask a question to the parents on the panel?
Hold on, let me finish. Like we just stated, he had to have endured some type of abuse or something for him to even get to this point of wanting to do that. I feel that the child needs to go and have a psych eval. He needs to be put somewhere where they can talk to him and figure out why he's even doing this. Why does he have so much aggression? I think that literally comes from his mother bouncing in and out of homes.
So Trev,
I was just about to say that.
what would you have done to him at 13, knowing he molested your 2-year-old and your 4-year-old?
Your child?
I put him in a psych
The
ward.
killing. I think it requires like some context, right? Knowing what the situation was, and I understand what you're saying, but regardless of what, it's a severe punishment, right? But I don't know about deleting somebody that's still a child. I don't know what the circumstances are. You know what I'm saying? 13, it's messed up, but like, damn, I don't know what the circumstances were. I don't know where they are mentally either. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like they should be a severe punishment. If they got to go away for a long time, it is what it is. But you know, to delete them all together, that sounds, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to have some nuance with that. I know what you're saying, but
Marcus got a little
I would be enraged too. But like, you know,
but he's still a child. So that's what I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to ask the parents, like people that have kids on the panel, like, whose fault is it? Like, are you going
the mama fault?
As your exactly, like that's what I'm trying to get a saying. Like,
in this case, her fault.
It's got to be a parent's fault.
It's her fault. It's not.
Yeah.
We can't say it's his daddy fault because it's not the husband's fault because he wasn't even in the picture yet. It's her fault, and
Because
we
of
just
the
found out
person
it's really her fault from her telling this story. She bounced from house.
Because where he get that behavior from? Where he get that behavior from? Because if I was that parent, I'd be like, if I know he ain't getting it from me, I'm about to go to that school. What's going on at the school? Because my kid ain't doing this at home. You see what I'm saying? So she's responsible.
That's an accountability issue, because if it was a man in the house and the kid was acting up, y'all would say it's the father of the household fault. So you got to take the accountability. The woman in the household got to take the accountability. But I think Kim had a question though.
Go ahead, Kim.
Oh, mine was simple. It was just $1 million question for the trophy wife. Is this hypergamy or is this high price prostitution, the life she's living after everything we've been learning about her? Like the relationship.
This is sex work for sure.
This is high price prostitution.
This is also points to something I stated in my video I released today, actually, on single mothers. The covering. This woman had no covering. She didn't have any sign of. She didn't. In none of her stories were there a sign of a father, a spiritual leader, a mentor, any of that would help her with discernment. And quite frankly, she didn't even want that. That wasn't even on the table because she was a flock from Sarah Seven's nest.
I think she
You
did.
got to kind of understand that she intentionally wanted to move like this. So when men make statements like she's for the streets or she's for recreational only, these are the single mothers that they are talking about.
She did for covering. I don't think she didn't ask for the right covering.
Go on and have
She
the
had a.
covering.
She said she
Go
had a
ahead.
covering.
Talk about that skank.
That she followed, and the
For
person
real.
emulating, we all know who she's emulating. Get the better life, the higher
Okay.
quality. So
Yeah, that's not what we call covering, though.
right, but I'm saying it's still it's just like, you know, Satan does his dance. She got covering. She just didn't get she didn't get the good covering.
So the thing about this, if we had continued watching the initial video where she was making the accusations against the husband, she also states that she was conceived by sexual assault. And she then also went through it with a neighbor. So this is a cycle.
A pattern.
So she has trauma. So she could be lying because of the trauma too. Because people start convincing themselves that that's happening to their kids when it happened to them.
Right. She never worked through it or got the help to work through it. And like Darwin was saying, she never had that covering from her father, right? Because he probably wasn't in the picture. From her mother, because she was already dealing with having to maybe raise a child from that type of situation. She was then pondered off to the neighbors because somehow the neighbor's husband was able to do it to her. Then she thought she fell in love at 17, which is still a very young age. You don't know much about yourself, and had a baby and started life off really fast. And she was chasing after something. So this just sounds like a broken person overall. And she's continuing this story. And unfortunately, unless they figure out a way to break this, whether we find out that the husband didn't do it and he's able to get his daughters, it's just going to continue.
You know how
And
you
that's
in
a
that
story
cycle?
that happens in the Black community all the time.
This is
Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus, you eliminate the perpetrator.
You saying
Mark
him and his mama to jail?
And White saying you got to tool up. But Kim, now remember what we talked about, Kim. You went on Kim. You muted.
Sorry, what was the question?
You said that was a covering. Now you know.
When I say covering, like when you read the Bible, I mean, you can be covered, just not the right covering. And I don't mean like the good spiritual. I mean, like, think about it. We've all at some point been, well, not y'all, but me. You follow the wrong thing, and you think you're not. I mean, where she's at, I don't know where she's at spiritually. Plus her trauma, plus not having a father. It's like multifaceted to the point where there's no one problem. Like Coco said before, it's like there's a lot. If she didn't have a father and she wasn't raised in the church, and she saw her mom working from a place of scarcity, just survival, and then you give her the looks that she has, and you don't have a man that's covering her, and then she goes out to the world and sees what I can get because of how I look, that is a lethal combination.
Yes, recipe for disaster.
Exactly. And you would absolutely need to have, in my opinion, men, like grown, spiritually grounded men, brothers, uncles, grandpa, that not only did you can see how they interacted, healthy marriages, healthy relationships. You need to see that because you're kind of thrown to the wolves. And I'm not saying it's all looks, but in her case, just looking at her, she probably gets more of what she wants on the earthly side, not realizing what she's doing. Let her hit about 40. And I mean, I'm just saying, for her being that pretty, I think she gets so much of what she wants, and she's seeing what she can get. And not only is it, what I think the saddest part is her kids. It seems like her kids are paying the price.
But the reason why I asked you that because I want to keep covering conflation proof. Like we have this tendency to put these connotations on things, good or bad, like we're like love, real love. Oh, that's true love. No, it's just love. Stop fucking it up. You know what I'm saying? Covering is just covering. It's a positive thing. It's not negative. There's no such thing as a bad thing. Covering is covering. It's meant to give you the discernment. It's meant for you to go back and get recalibrated, re-optimized, get your mind right so you can go out and do good things. It ain't got there's no such thing as bad covering. It's just that's not covering, period. And I want to keep it that way. But no shots to you. It's just something I wanted to lean on as far as the direction I was going with my content. And that's why I said, I know everybody's saying people should be shot and killed, but I'm moving in a direction where I think anybody can be restored, forgiven, and repented. So like even in my videos, like if you actually genuinely come to admit that you're wrong and you want to change, there's such thing as that. I believe it. I've been reading so much of the Bible. I've seen so many stories where people have did worse things than this, and they have come to God and they done got forgiven and repented. Yeah, it's wrong. They still need to be they still need to be to do their time. Like if they get convicted or some shit. Now you go and murder. I'm not saying let them off because they're forgiven. No, they got a life sentence. They got to serve a life sentence. But I still think behind that there is some redemption, and I
For
think
who?
for anybody.
You saying for the predator, the people that's doing the molestation for the kids?
It doesn't matter who you are.
No, I'm just asking
Because
because I
that's how
remember you saying
powerful.
other people should burn. So I'm like, those people
No,
that
I'm
you
saying
said
if
should burn,
what
but
but did
these
you hear the
people should get
context in what
rehabilitation.
you hear the context in what I said that they should
Okay.
burn? I said if they don't have any mercy, whenever you ripping that baby from limb to limb in your stomach, not having any sense of mercy for that kid, I just said I pray, I'm gonna pray for you, but I hope God show you the same mercy that you show to these kids that you're ripping apart in your stomach. That's all I was saying.
Dog, my thing is, I think that anybody who do that should die, including myself. Anybody to do that should be deleted. That's my stance. It's a hard line.
Yeah, and I don't stand against anybody's opinion on it. I completely understand it.
So I got a question.
But I can't lean on my own understanding. You know what I'm saying? Even though I may feel the same way in white. My first instinct is to go and grab the blicky and whatever. But the direction that I'm trying to go in, and as a leader, and it's somebody that's somebody's supposed to look to for inspiration. I gotta hold myself accountable. And the reason why I have standards that I stand on is so that other people can look at me and be like and hold me accountable for it. And that's the reason why I looked at her and I'm like, she don't have any standards. She's not living by any principles and she's not covered. This is the reason why she's moving like that. And then we figured out that she's from the sprinkle movement. So then there you go. Sprinkle. This is how you move. So these are the outcomes you get. So then you got to understand the men that's dealing with. You got to understand the men that's got to go out in the dating market and be hit with this. That they don't watch YouTube. They don't sit up here and watch Lapeef or any of the radio or whatever other stuff, content in the mass sphere. And they got to go out here fucking dumbfounded and find a dazzling sweetheart. And they got everything they done work all their life. That dude look like he's been working hard for that money. And he genuinely wants to love somebody and give them everything they want. And now he can't because he spent 20 years, 30 years working on being financially stable. He wasn't able to compensate for his physical attraction to level everything out. So he's kind of suffering from that on that side. And then he's not aware and educated on how women are moving. So now he becomes a victim to the sprinkle movement. Like I have sympathy for guys like that. I know they caught him we want him back and we call him Simpson. He's stupid and he didn't know better, but you got to kind of have some type of compassion for the people out here that don't know better and they hit with these situations. This dude, can you imagine that this dude, it's some guys in prison right now that's doing sentences for SA and they didn't even do the shit. And then I think I watched I forgot it's a Netflix documentary. I think it's called The Innocence Project or some shit like that, or Innocence Project or something like that. Where these guys are doing 20, 30 years and on death row. And come to find out, the woman came up and said, "Oh, no, that wasn't him. I lied." And I'm like, damn, after 30 years. And you can't imagine how many times he was getting plugged in there. Like, because when you go in there, they gonna try to make you the B word. You know what I'm saying? Oh, fuck it. I'll just say it. I've been cussing. They're going to try to make you that bitch. So it's just, I don't understand how. Go ahead.
Ari, your soul didn't want you to curse.
So I agree. First of all, Bruce, I want to agree with you. I think that in any relationship, if you're trying to do right, nobody should take advantage of the person trying to do right. But so often, I be hearing you saying girls being wrong when they choose wrong, right? So it's got to go both ways. The person in this relationship who is trying to do right should be praised. They tried to do right. They were taken advantage of. We can't switch it like, oh, she should have known better. He should have known better. At the end of the day, if you're going in with a good heart and somebody played you, all you can do is go in with a good heart and know that you did the best that you can be. And nobody can fault you for that. Now, they can say, them red flags was knocking you in your face. Like, why didn't you see this? Why didn't you see that? But at the end of the day, I think we've all been in a situation we probably or dated somebody we should have been dated. You understand? It's just how far it went. This man, unfortunately, we don't know how the story is going to go, but let's just say it goes and she's saying something against him that's not true. This is an unfortunate situation. He got himself with a woman who put him through this. And this is very costly. This has nothing to do with money. This is your reputation. This is your family, your kids. Your kids have to go through. This is very costly mistake about a person that we're choosing. Choosing a mate should not be taken lightly. People out here just choosing mates like it ain't. That's the most important decision you're gonna make in your life. The person you bring into your household, person you have kids with, person who you have around your kids. That is a very important decision. You cannot just choose anybody just for the sake of choosing people. And this, unfortunately, if that's the situation, because we don't know, that's a price, and people gotta do better. We all have to do better, including myself, everybody who find themselves in a situation that something like this or any situation may not be like this, may look like something else, but
Darwin, do you see how
if you're trying to say I'm not giving the men the same type of medicine as far as saying they should have picked right, then you need to watch a little bit of King Talk. I think we have.
I watched King Talk on Tuesday.
Did you see when I wasn't even on this panel, but did you see whenever they had the guy on there that had 14 baby mamas, 18 kids?
No, I heard about that though.
They was destroying that dude.
We
do it with the situations we're a part of.
Yeah.
Don't just do it
That's
amongst
what we
y'all.
would
Do
like.
it amongst
Well,
the
the
situations
only way
we're
we
a
can
part
do it
of
with
too.
a situation that you're a part of, if we have a man come on the panel, if we could do it in real time.
We can do it in real time.
The situation with this guy picking somebody else, when we have videos and you comment on the girls and you say she should have picked better and y'all go on her, she's saying
did.
just
I think we
don't
said
have
that
the
earlier.
same
You said he
energy
was
for the
a simp.
men.
I think I was the first one to say it, didn't I? Said
You
this
did
dude.
say he was a simp.
we all called him a fool.
But I never hear you say you have empathy for the women that make bad choices, but they're trying and they're in it with a good heart.
Okay, you talking about the women in this situation?
No, she's saying other women.
Not in other situations. Like the other situations, like how you saying you have empathy for him. When women put themselves in situations, I don't feel like you have empathy for those women. You like, well, it's because she lacked the father. It's because she don't. It's because she didn't have a good man in her life. It's because
the
she's
scenarios
too
that we're
independent.
given about
It's
a
because
woman.
of this, but not considering the things that happened in her life that made her that way. It's like
All
because
of
you're a
the- all the
man and you can
scenarios
relate
that
to
we
a
give-
man's mind frame. It's easier for you to do it for men than for women.
All of the scenarios we given with a woman in context in the videos and stuff, she anticipated a different outcome, and she wasn't positioning herself for the outcome she anticipated. And I'll just speak to that. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't either.
We didn't have it. We didn't have.
I take it back.
6 months
I
is
do
not a
see Bruiser
time. Would you marry somebody in 6 months? 20 years younger than you, nothing in common?
No, Di. What Bruiser is saying is that most of the time when we're talking about women in these particular situations, they're saying, I should have got this outcome. Why didn't I get this outcome? Please explain to me why I didn't get this outcome. And we say, damn, maybe you picked the wrong person.
That's
or
not
maybe
good. No, but I want to say this.
I have to give you further detail than just pick the
Bruiser,
wrong person.
I will say I have heard Bruiser. I've heard all the men step in at times and try, speak right. You know what I'm saying? And I have heard. I'm not gonna say I've never heard Bruiser. I did say it earlier, but now that I think about it, I have heard Bruiser, call people out on different things, especially men. So I will take that back.
I talk about empathizing for the women that make these mistakes. The women that we say, oh, she could have been her, she could have been. He don't want to hear that shit.
No,
he be feeling like the women that we're defending is like this woman. He feel like that they're having these
Keep it a
emotions
bean. Most of
to
them
get
are.
something, to gain something from it. Like
Keep
we
it a
was
bean.
talking
Most of
about,
them are.
we was
What are
talking
you
about,
talking
girl,
about?
Most of
yesterday.
them are.
We
What
was
are you
talking
talking
about.
about?
Period, Sweeney?
No, but that's the
Most
crazy part
of
to
them
me.
are.
It's
The
not
ones that we discuss on these panels, most of them are.
Ones that we discuss on these
Exactly. Yeah, because
No,
when we
because
had
you
these
said the same
conversations,
thing. They were saying that about the doctor that was
what
on here. They
doctor?
were saying she just wanted money. And I'm like, if y'all listen to the context of all of her conversations of around, that's not the
Which
case.
doctor?
The one who was on the podcast with Cam Newton.
Oh, Dr. Brian.
Oh, you talking about Dr. Bryant?
Yeah, and they were saying she
Yeah.
wanted to date men because of money and things of this
That's
nature. But I'm
that's
like,
what she said.
oh my God.
No, but look, Doc. But look, here's her answer. Here's
She
the
didn't
reason
say
why.
that. She said a man that was covering her.
Man, that's
Here's the reason
finance.
why
We
you
all
haven't
can
heard
read
it.
Have you
between the
ever
lines.
heard her speak about other situations? When women are like this, their content is the same all the way through. When you
Most of
hear
the time it's
her
money.
different points of contact, you can tell that she's not specifically choosing men off of money. If that was the case, she would have been married. She talk about substance, and she talks about what women needs to do better and how they need to have more substance. She holds both genders accountable. She talk about how women tend to use men and get them from the wrong reasons, for ego reasons and things of that nature. So that's why I said, when we say we want, like, y'all don't know how to differentiate the women.
She's
And
money.
then
We know a
when
money
we
hungry
become too
from
hard
women see
body,
one.
because I know I became hard body because I'm like, y'all ain't gonna take my tears seriously, so I might as well get angry. Then I had to realize, like, well, damn, I'm not really dealing
The
with my
reason why you
emotions.
didn't.
Are
The
we
reason why
really
you
gonna
have.
pretend that Dr. Bryan ain't in it for the bread? She could
I
have
don't
found a
think
man
she
that
is.
loved. She could have found a man that loved her any day of the week.
I don't know.
That's
She's a,
not
Know what.
true.
All them degrees she got, why not?
I don't know much about her.
she's in her
This
40s, single is all good out. She
us
could have
as
found a man
quality
at any.
women on this panel, us as quality women on this panel, we have told y'all plenty of times that the market is low. I am trying to
No, it's
explain to
not,
black
No,
man.
it
men.
ain't. No,
I'm
it
It
ain't.
trying to
You
depends.
don't.
explain to black
It
You don't
depends on
men.
where you
reject people
live.
because
Let
they
me
belt.
finish. My point in all this is trying to explain to black men it's not enough black leaders. It's not enough to pick. It's not enough for y'all. You know what I'm saying?
You
You
don't.
come
It only
against,
needs
you
to
come
be
Die,
across.
one. It only needs to
die.
be
You
one for
don't
you.
reject me. If it was
No,
Slim
when
Pickens
I'm
out there,
dating, if I'm coming across more fuck niggas than leaders, that's going to discourage me and change who I am as a woman. There
You
needs to be
should
more
change who
men
you are.
leaders, and men don't take our opinions into accountability. They take
If you're
your
coming
opinions
across
into
F boys,
accountability.
if you're coming across F boys every time you go out and date, you have to look in the mirror and be like, why am I attracting F boys?
9 times
Because
out of
there's
10,
women
they're
out.
not only just F boys,
hold
they're
on,
men
Bruiser.
that's
No,
insecure
no,
and not ready
Bruiser,
to marry. It's
Bruiser.
not
No,
just fuck boys.
Then you got to no matter how you spin it, right? If that's what you continuously run into, then you have to say, okay, well, where am I sourcing these men from?
Exactly.
There's something that you're not doing correctly, because there are women who are bagging marriageable men. There are, and if
No,
you're not, then
Everything.
you have to change something.
I'm not
Building
saying I'm
everything.
not. I feel like I will. I'm not worried about that. I know because of how I act, how I present myself, and the path that I'm working on, I will get one.
hold
That
on, die,
I'm only 31 years
I
old. I
think
haven't. You
that
die,
feel me?
die. The
That's not what
problem
I'm
is,
saying. All these women. What about all the other women
die,
on the panel?
die.
The women
Every
with their
last,
own
hold on,
houses. The
die,
women with their
die,
degrees. That's not married.
die.
It's
All
like
these women,
all types of
all
women
these,
is telling you this.
die. All these women we have extensive conversations with, and as you start marching down and you start answering questions three layers deep. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you're talking about the woman that says, "Oh, all I run into is fuck boys." The very next question we would ask is what Trev said. How is it that you only run into fuck niggas? Don't you think that it might be something wrong with you? Oh no, I attract all men. So what about the ones that aren't the fuck nigga? How come you don't
Sweeney.
have them? Hold on, wait. This
Because
is
he
what
looked like
I'm trying.
Earl.
I'm trying to walk it down for you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that this is the reason why we give them so much smoke, because they don't never tell the truth. They'll say all I see is fuck niggas, and then when we question that, now they want to change it and say, oh no, nothing's wrong with me, because I can attract all men. I attract that. I attract good men. I attract bad men. So why don't you get the good men? How aren't you able to pull them?
So that's what I'm trying to tell you, Sweeney. I know I will get to a point where I can get like where I'm healed, so I can attract the healed man. But back to Viz made a good point. I think it was Viz that was saying yesterday, if we all just wait to become healed, we'll all be single for a long time. So there's times where we're like, okay, what is exceptional to work with? How do I know this is somebody that's worth working with? You know what I'm saying? And in our community, based on how we always condition, it's kind of like what's the word? It's unrealistic to be like, I'm gonna meet somebody that's completely unflawed. You know what I'm saying? No matter how much educated I am, no matter how much I try to learn, no matter how much I try to do these things, I still feel like, okay, I'm gonna still work to my best thing. I'm not gonna let those excuses change what type of person I am. I feel like a lot of men, because of their past and because they're worried about leading or their insecurities, they're using, oh, I just want to have fun and have pussy, when in reality, you're scared of leadership. You're scared of leadership. You're
Here's the
scared
thing.
to
Here's
take
the
on
thing.
certain
Most men
roles.
aren't.
Like, you're scared.
Most men
And
don't think like that.
not leadership, not just leadership, but vulnerability. Because in order to be able to lead somebody, you got to be able to be vulnerable with that person, right? A lot of men don't. Ain't
nobody got time
feeling
for that.
vulnerable enough.
No,
Huh?
you don't have to be vulnerable. You have to
No.
love them. You have to be vulnerable.
Vulnerable how? What does that even? When you say vulnerable,
When I say vulnerable, when I say
Did
vulnerable,
you read
you have to want to
ChatGPT?
care
She
for this
means like
person.
he's
You want
open
to
to
take
love.
care of this
He's
person. You
open
want
to
to love this person. You
I
want
know what
to,
you know how many men
like,
you're in love. Do you
like,
understand that? We talk to men too, right? And like intimately. Pause. So what I'm saying is that we know and understand how men feel, because most of us on the panel actually counsel men too, and most men do want to get married. They dream of the 2.5 kids in the picket fence and the house and everything else, just like you do. That's
Do
what
they,
most
Trev?
men want. Yes,
Sorry,
they
Trev.
do.
They
And if you
But a
if you
lot of
think
men
if you
have
think differently,
unrealistic expectations for marriage too.
What's an
I'm genuinely
unrealistic
asking.
expectation that most men have?
what that trophy wife was
When they
doing, like a
marry,
woman
when they
that
When have
marry
most men
strippers,
ever
right with
said
no
what a trophy wife?
when they marry strippers and then be like, oh, she don't cook, she this and that, she just
how
trash,
many
she
men are
just played
marrying
me,
strippers?
this and
How many
that.
men are marrying
Or when
strippers?
you marry,
Who's
or
marrying
like your
strippers?
story, when you marry somebody that's 20 years younger than you, and now you looking goofy. Like, come on
Coco,
now, we talking about one right now.
Coco, how many men marry strippers?
If
So in the market,
It's a lot of men that's marrying chicks 20 years younger than them because of what all of y'all
No,
just
no,
said.
no,
He
no.
ain't
Go
never
back to the
had
hold on,
question.
nobody like that. That's
Go
what
back
I'm
to the
talking
question.
about, though.
How
That's
many
who we
men
talking about.
marrying strippers?
Shan, what was you going to say, Shan? What was you
so
going to say, Shan?
I see I like to interview men, right, and ask them why they're single, but I live in Atlanta, so please take that in consideration, okay?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nobody got time for that.
So when I usually ask these guys, like, why are they single? Usually it's like, okay, well, I haven't met that person, but then they've been in relationships with people, stuff like, well, what happened to that person? It's like that grass is always greener on the other side, because men who have things going with themselves, they kind of have options, right? And so I think that too, when you're a good catch, everybody wants a good catch. So the options are plentiful, and sometimes when you give people too many options, it's kind of hard to choose. You know what I'm saying? I think that's one thing. Not everybody, that's just one set of group of people. There's the other set who, all their boys are married, he's just not quite ready. This is my thing. A marriage-minded person usually knows early on that they're marriage-minded. I'm pretty sure if I interview all of you guys probably been married, probably early 30s, mid, 30s. When you start to get into them 40s and 50s and you haven't been married, it's kind of a red flag. It's like, what was you playing?
What if he was?
All right, so let me ask you this: these women that ain't finding these dudes, right, and they running into them, or they, like, how many women are actually willing to be competitive? When you tell women that they need to compete, not quite. So listen, let me tell you something about women who women be bugging, right? Like, they will literally flake on you for no reason. You know how many dudes complain about that flake shit? That is so crazy, where they would literally just drop off. You could be showing them all the interest in the world, and they would literally just drop off. And you're like, what the hell? What happened? You don't even know. No explanation, no nothing. Women do not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't care. They feel they have the abundance mindset, right? And they want to, because they have access to a lot of men. But women always have access to a lot of men. And if you're not nabbing that dude and somebody else do, that's all your damn fault. Because somebody's going to be able to grab that dude. It's just that most women aren't willing to be honest with themselves and say, damn it, can I be competitive? Are you really going to be nurturing? Are you really going to start to do the things that men like? Are you willing to think for a man? Are you willing to bring that piece to his life? Are you willing to just nurture him? Can you do that?
I feel like women who compete for men, they always have an agenda. Like she gonna be like, I'm gonna purposely not argue with him until he stop fucking with her. I'm gonna purposely like be this type of bitch so he could. And then he end up being with her. And he like, damn, you was way more reasonable. Like, damn, you made way more sense. Like, yeah, she was just telling you what the fuck you wanted to hear so she could bag you.
I
We
think
like.
if I had to guess, I'd say every woman on here on this panel, because I think all the women on this panel are attractive women. If I had to guess, I'd say that we all likely have someone in the friend zone who, if we just pulled them out of it, he would probably be
Your
a good
husband.
man. Yes.
Your husband. Your husband in the friend zone. Damn. Thank you, Kim. Real shit. Thank you, Kim.
Real fast.
Hold on, Shannon. Hold on. And this is why I say this. As a almost 41-year-old woman, I can say when I look back, because I'm old now, right? So I can say all this stuff. When I look back and I get invited to weddings and baby showers, and I see the men that my friends are marrying, I ask myself, and we'll joke about it, these are not men they would have married 10 or 15 years ago. I'm just being honest, right? They get rid of the checklist. We realize that we're getting older. We absolutely cannot compete with the 25-year-old, and we shouldn't, right? And we shouldn't. But you start to realize, kind of like these situations that you hear about on the podcast and all the reels, the checklist and the guy, the high value, the high whatever. These men, like Shannon said, they have a lot of options. And if we really want to just be honest, the higher echelon or higher up you go, you're going to be competing. And in my personal opinion, women are the most beautiful I've ever seen in my life. Go to an airport. When I go to an airport and I look around, it's like, Jesus Christ, and I'm just saying that like as someone who admires other people that are pretty. I have no problem saying, and you look at these women and you're like, at this point, nobody's ugly. Nobody's ugly. If you have enough money, anybody can be beautiful. But y'all get what I'm saying. People are pretty these days, men and women. So when I go to these weddings, I tell myself, Kim, you can get married. You could be. It's not because I'm some 10, but if I just look at the men, the quality are the men that I've friend zoned. I've lost a couple of good ones. They went on to get married, and they have it's very healthy. They have all the things that that really matters, and so you look back. So I always tell younger women, look at your friend zone. He's probably there.
I don't have no friends.
JR, give her like the biggest button you got, please.
I don't have any of those friends.
Well, I mean, you're
too much accountability.
She deserves a standing ovation right now.
But I'm not gonna lie.
Let me tell you, Kim.
This is why in my past, none of my exes wanted me to have no male friends. Because male friends, they always want to have something. So that's why I don't have male friends. So I can't, because I'm pretty sure if I went to the male pocket, yeah, but that's not good.
I feel like men think I'm a simp. Like how guys be like, how girls like guys be simps. I think guys think I'm a simp because I don't ask for nothing and I don't like put pressure. I'm not lying to y'all. What I'm telling y'all is, I don't know if they think I'm fake. When I'm being honest with them, I think they think everything and how I present myself is bullshit. I be feeling like that. And I feel like when I act how my friends tell me to act, like when I go get advice and they tell me to act a certain way and then it start making him do like what I was trying to get him to do, I'm like, well, maybe this guy ain't for me. Because if that's what you respond to, and if that's how I gotta act to get like things done, like I gotta like, oh, can you pay my bills? And I gotta feel like I need you. Like, I don't want to feel like that. Like, I don't want to be like that. I want to be like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But
Hey, Di, you do realize that
I'm sweet. Like, oh, I can
Di,
come in and fuck with you.
You have to realize that most men don't behave like that. Most men don't behave like that. You do realize that, right? Like that's a special type of man that you continuously run into, right? Or continuously attracted to, right? Because and you know what? Listen, time out. You know what? You know what's the problem? A lot of women say that they attract a certain type of dude. No, First problem, you are attracted to a certain type of dude. You know why I say you are attracted to a certain type of dude? Because you said, yeah, you ended up in situations with these cats. That's what you are attracted to. You somehow are attracted to dysfunction. And that's why you are attracted to the dysfunction. You like that edge. You like the nonsense that comes with that dysfunction. And it's your comfort zone. And at some point,
you know what I think it is, Trev? I think I'm scared. I think I'm not worthy, and I don't think I'm submissive enough. When I hear how y'all talk about how y'all would like women to act, I feel like I'm not that. So if a guy did approach me, that's more like
what is it that the men on this panel asked for that you think you couldn't perform? What is it?
I feel like I'm super emotional. I feel like I'm not as I don't trust. I don't trust. I feel wait, hold on. I feel like I'm emotional and I don't trust.
Thank you, Bruiser.
I don't trust. I don't know when to trust somebody. So a guy who's willing to lead and ready to lead me, it might be a little difficult because I wouldn't know whether to trust him or not.
I would tell you, you know when you should trust? You know when you should trust? All the time until they give you a valid reason not to. That's what good faith is about. You can't come into a situation in bad faith and expect a good outcome. It doesn't really work like that. You have to trust a man. If he's out here doing wild shit, like he coming 4 o'clock in the morning every day, that's a different story. Now you got to start looking into things. But until he gives you a reason, you can't just say, I don't know who to trust and when to trust. You have to trust him.
But Dad, you know what you're it's not just trusting him, it's trusting myself. Like trusting myself too. You know,
But Dad, you know what
I'm gonna respond to him the right way. What if I run him off, or what if I hurt him or damage him or put more bullshit on him because I'm not ready to receive what he's willing to give me?
Dad, can I tell you a secret about that? As a 4-year-old? Okay, so and it's not really a secret. All these men on these panel that are married know this. So the man that's for you, he doesn't look at all that. He really doesn't. And it's literally the friend zone guy, because you are more apt to be more vulnerable with your friend zone guy. You'll tell him stuff. He knows your mood. He knows more about you than the guy that you like that doesn't want you back. So when all that, you're scared and all that, he knows that, but he's not going to do anything to you to put you in that position. He sees you for all that you are and that you aren't. And he still wants to talk to you. He's just waiting for you to like him or give him a chance.
Guy, do you think you're an alpha woman still?
I don't feel like that, but I feel like guys tell me that. I get that from guys. Like when I have conversation with guys and they're talking to me on it, they're like, you alpha. And I'm like, I don't feel like me alpha means that I can't have a man who can lead me. Just because I'm alpha don't mean there's not a guy out there so alpha he can't lead me. And then if I'm doing something wrong, it's like, tell me what I'm doing wrong. I feel like because I question people a lot and I don't have like an immediate understanding, I come off as like combative or hard to lead or hard to
But this is why I don't have, you probably don't witness me having empathy for the women or the videos when women we talk about. This is a clear indicator that a lot of these women, maybe you, I don't know who your covering is, don't have any covering, don't have anything they stand for. You're coming into these situations trying to use your own discernment. I don't believe you have the ability to do that, especially given all of the trauma you've been through. Kim right here can attest that I do have empathy. If you can be transparent, right, Kim?
Yeah, he's my mentor. The first few conversations were kind of hard to listen to. Not like because he said anything wrong, but I had to like hear it. But yeah.
Yeah, me and him had a conversation. I had to understand that about him too. But with me being in that state of trauma, until that conversation is had, he wasn't going to be able to get through to me, if that make any sense.
It does, because I had the same with him. My worst trait, my worst flaw was I would listen to respond instead of listening to listen. And I had many friends tell me that, but my male friends would tell me, like, you don't hear yourself, Kim. Like, you can be pretty condescending or you can be pretty rude. It's because of my job. I have a lot of control in my job for what I do. And I didn't realize how much I was letting it bleed over into my personal life. Because when I say I have control for 12 hours over my patient. You don't come in my room. You can't tell me what to do. If I need the doctor, I'll ask for an order and I get it. That was literally bleeding over into my personal life. And so to listen, I learned I had to, life will humble you. If you don't want to get humbled, it will humble you. I'll just say that. But you have to listen to listen And I think, and I don't know you, but sometimes, like, I've watched a couple of shows and you are really passionate about what you say, and I respect that. I think you just don't sometimes, when everybody's trying to tell you, women included, I think you're trying to get your point across, and a lot of times you are right. It's just you can't. You're listening to respond instead of listening to the entirety of the message, because sometimes both of you can be true. I mean, both of you have points. The man can be right, you can be right.
Yeah, to speak on that, I agree with you. Everything you just said. When I leave the panels, I actually go home and tell them, like, I think they were right, and I go to other people to get them to try to get through to me if the panel couldn't. Like Sweeney, he was just right. The more y'all spoke, he right. I have the options in my inbox, but I'm scared to go for them. I'm just not choosing them. I'm
But
choosing
what
what's
if it's the
comfortable for
best?
me and what
What if
feels
it's the
safest for me.
best? Like, what if it's the best date you ever go on? I try to think Cinderella now. Like, what if you go on? I'm serious. Like, what if it's not anything extravagant, but you go to like a rooftop movie and it's like corny, have popcorn and like you have conversation and it just flows and goes.
Yeah, I guess.
And
I just
he's
gotta
probably
figure
the
out what
guy
I
that you.
need to do to get to that point. Because I would
Come
hate to
on.
be. I don't want to be that to somebody what those men were to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't
That's
want to
fair.
be that
That's
hard
fair.
work
That's
to
fair.
him. You know, it's like
You
unfair to
you
him.
you over criticizing yourself a lot too. Sometimes
Yeah.
you just gotta you gotta relax and be a little bit more submissive and reserved.
I'm
And
gonna
then
say,
yeah, go ahead,
I'm
Swing.
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. This goes back to something Marcus said a while ago. Shout out to Marcus for this. Every time I hear a woman say, "There's not enough good men out there," and then you watch the Pop the Balloon show, that can't possibly be true. When you see women talking about, "No, I don't like his belt. Oh no, it's the braids for me. It's the haircut. It's the shirt. It's the shoes." You can't possibly tell me there ain't enough good. If you feel like you can reject the motherfucker because they belt don't match their shoes, you can't tell me that you think there's somebody else right around the corner. There's always like y'all having women inherently have an abundance mindset when it comes to men. They think there's always somebody else. Because think about it. How many times, fellas, have we had an argument or a debate with a woman and we said, "Man, I see why you single." I ain't single. You should treat my inbox. When you tell them, "Oh man, I see why you ain't got no man." I can get a man any day I want to. Just look at my inbox.
Ow.
There ain't no shortage of men.
There's not, but I do have a question for you, Sweeney. That's a good
What's
point. So this goes back to what we were talking about 15 minutes ago. Okay, here you have the issue of hypergamy, and I listened to someone earlier who said that he didn't believe hypergamy was a real thing. He says it's a bunch of BS. He said he wishes it wouldn't even exist. He was like, it's dumb because it doesn't involve two people being equally yoked. So my question is, men naturally will gravitate towards the more attractive woman. We understand that. We get that. And a man's timeline is very different from a woman's. And then, but if a woman is operating in her hypergamous state, she's going to want to go for the man that's more attractive, stable. I'm not saying a millionaire, but just for the security and protection. So how do you find nobody like the balance? It's like the man wants a woman that's attractive, that's feminine, that's submissive, that's going to give him his children, or if they don't have children, she's going to be an asset to him in all ways. And then the woman wants to feel protected. She wants to be attracted to him. So it's like it has to be equally yoked.
You know it's crazy. So with that being said, like, all right, when I hear women talk about what they feel that a good man is, it's everything that they described is never the first thing they look for when they choose someone. It's never the first thing. We've asked women on this panel ad nauseum, what is a good man? And they mention all the characteristics. He's caring, he's loving, he's protective, he's attentive, and all of this. And then we'd be like, and then next thing you know, somebody on the panel would sit there and be like, well, what the hell's going on? Why are you so single? That's hard to find. Well, the D gotta be good. Well, that he has to be this. Well, I just couldn't go for anybody. Did you see the widow's peak on that nigga? Like, we'd be like, okay, so you're telling us what a good man is, but when you pick, it comes second to everything else.
So from what I'm gathering from that is we need to be focused on quality. Absolutely. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. So quality, and if you're a spiritual or religious person, like Darwin always tells me, like equally yoked, someone that has the same core values as you, because that's not, Darwin always stresses to me, that's a non-negotiable. Because if you take that off the table, then all you're going to get is the microcosms of looks, and it's just going to fall apart. But if you're rooted in substance, Darwin always says it's more apt to stay together, right? Because it's rooted in substance. Again, is it fair to say both men and women are delusional in terms of looks then, or like what we go for?
I would say men are less delusional because men understand the game because we have to play it. We have to go out there and pursue. So we understand that my money is the only thing that's pulling her. We understand that, you know what I mean? Because that's the game we got to play. Whereas women sit back and just make choices.
But doesn't that make a man feel horrible knowing, like, let's say you're a guy that's not a man that, say you're a millionaire, but you know if you did not have those millions, you know that the woman that is trying to be with you, you know she wouldn't talk to you. Wouldn't that make you feel a kind of way? Wouldn't you rather date the woman that she liked you when you were in trousers all the way up to owning 5 companies?
It depends.
But men don't pick that. They're gonna pick, like Di said earlier, they're gonna pick the one that's a 10, a 9, that looks good, even if she's 15 years younger. Whereas I could be the 5 and I could love you, and all I want to do is love you, and I don't care about your money because I've been with you when you were in trousers.
I don't care.
It depends.
So
I would say this. Men feel that way if it falls apart. That's when we have that feeling. When it falls apart and the divorce happens, we're like, God damn, this is some bullshit. I know, but as long as she's doing what we ask her to do, as long as
you don't care that she's not there for like.
If she lied to you every step, if she lies to you for 30 years to your deathbed, but she's been the best wife you can ever see, she done raised your kids and all of that, and she was only in it for the money, he won't care until it breaks down. If it falls apart, he feels some type of way.
So then we're not the same, because the women that I know, like, I want to love you, and I want to I want to honor your last name, and I want people to know that our union was like, if you are spiritual, but I don't want to ever be a second choice or a backup. Like, like, marry me because you know that I'm going to do right by you. Like,
I mean,
I want you to marry me if you're okay.
I would say
together.
I say it's different because if you're asking about the man that goes in knowing for a fact she's in it for the money.
Right.
So if he goes in knowing she's in it for the money, as long as she upholds her end of the deal for me providing the money, for that man providing the money, he doesn't care because he knows the terms of the agreement. Right. I provide the money, you give me what I need, and it is what it is. He don't give a shit whether she loves him or not because he already knows she's only there for the bread.
And once a guy has that much money, it's nearly impossible to discern who likes you for real and who doesn't, because they're all going to behave so they can get into that position. So they just take their chances. Well, I'm going to just get the best possible thing that I can. And if they're smart enough, they'll set their finances up right. You'll have like a little severance if it comes down to it. And that's it. You can't really engage in that type of behavior. It doesn't matter, because how can you tell? If you got that much money, it's almost impossible to hide it, because women are extremely curious and analytical when it comes to finding a man. They're looking at your watch. They're looking at your fingernails. They're way more observant than we are as men. They're looking at your car. You leave him in the car for a second, they done pulled your registration out your glove compartment if you ain't lock it, and the next thing you know, they pulling a background check and could tell that you got speeding tickets in 2001, what properties you closed on, what businesses you've been to. They know everything. People don't understand how much information about us is public. Women find shit out. I know because I talked to women who find shit out, and they can, everything that I just mentioned was mentioned to me that women found out. Shit from 20, 30 years ago is public information, and they know everything. And sometimes if your number is registered within your phone company, you didn't opt out, your phone number is enough for them to get your personal information. So all y'all giving aliases out here, if you're not giving it out with a Google number, they know. So women have the opportunity to do that. Men do too. But men can't worry about that because you're going to know everything about them. You can't hide it. So all he could do is hope for the best. Like, hopefully she's not going to, do whatever. But even if it's transactional, a lot of men like that, they're cool with it. He's not going to
A lot
expect
of
you to
men
do
okay
much.
with transactional.
Yeah, they'll just be transactional. If he needs somebody to cook, they're going to do that. Your duties might be limited to McLovin and bearing children. Like that's just being honest. He might not need much else from you
I feel
because
like
he can
men are
handle that.
confusing. Y'all are so confusing.
Well, there's
I don't
different
think
types of
I'm ever
men.
gonna get
When you
married.
get to, if you think that a person who's a millionaire and could do whatever he wants with his money is going to have the same frame of mind as your average guy, which is most of us, right? I talk
I
about the
feel
bell
like
curve a
average
lot.
guys be
Most,
trying to set expectations that rich niggas be setting.
Like what?
yeah, yeah.
Completely
what?
set. Like for instance, that girl, like most likely when you're dating like a super rich guy, they just want completely submissive. Don't ask me no questions. Trust my lead. Trust everything. If you ask me any questions, I got so much money, I could go buy me a bitch who ain't gonna ask me no questions type. And I feel like sometimes get like, and I'm not gonna say the guys I've come across, but when I hear quality men speak and I hear about their list and how they just automatically expect their girl to trust them and all this other stuff, it's like.
Yeah,
Keyword.
Dago,
Hold on,
what
wait.
did you say? What did you
The
what are
keyword
those
she
things
just
that you say
listed
he
there
asked for
was
that wasn't reasonable? Which one of those things? You said being a submissive and cooperative. Like which one of those things that these
But when
average men are asking for is not reasonable to ask of a woman?
But listen, like for instance, when I heard y'all talking and everybody was getting on my ass because I said if my husband lost $250,000, I won't address him right then and there for it because I know what type of woman I am. I'm emotional. So this is me just knowing myself and who I am. I'll wait a few weeks till I see it's not bothering him anymore. But if it affected me in a way where I felt like my voice wasn't heard, I wasn't part of the decision. I didn't feel like your partner. I didn't feel like, like, and then look at our family now. We don't know how we're gonna pay rent the next month. I feel stressed. I need to come to you. I need to talk to you about this. But I'll wait because I already know that you're also dealing with the heaviness of it. Everybody was like, see, that's how I know you're combative. That's how I know you're a cussing nigga out. That's how I know. And I'm like, no, that's me just saying I would trust my husband with my emotions and trust that he'll be able to deal with it. I wasn't saying it as in to say you're wrong, but I feel like when your partner or spouse do something to affect you, you should be able to communicate that in a healthy way, and they should be able to help you in a healthy way. But the way y'all took it, and I don't know if it's because I can honestly say I don't know if it's because of the way I delivered it. I wasn't raised with a man, so I didn't even understand what went wrong or what I had said wrong or wanting that type of
Do you remember the
clarification.
clip? Because you might have said something different at the time that made. Because
No,
I
I
think
kept saying it because when they repeated what I said, they were like, well, why would you immediately tell him about that? And I'm like, did y'all not hear me? I said, I will wait a couple of weeks. Even if it was a month, I will wait to go tell him. And they said, that's just you that's not being solution based. You should be solution based. Why are you bringing it up if you're not coming with any type of solution? And I'm like, I'm a woman, I'm emotional, I'm letting him know how I feel. You just made a $250,000 decision, took everything in our bank account, our savings, our checking account, and everything, and made a decision after I even gave you some hint, like, hey, this one cool. You know what I'm saying? So when we had those conversations, I think sometimes, like now that I've gotten to know the panel, sometimes they troll, but I'm taking it seriously. Like, damn, like something wrong with me.
Di, nothing's wrong with you. I think this is what I see. And if you
I'm
don't,
happy right now while I'm talking because I didn't have these clarifications. So I'm kind of emotional. Like, dang, I'm getting somewhere. Like, it's me. Like, I'm doing stuff wrong too. I'm not giving the right people a chance, but I'm not giving the right people a chance because what unhealed women who look the way I look tend to use men and tend to use that. You know what I'm saying? Like now that's when I'm hearing their experience with women, I have traits of unhealed women, but that don't mean my intentions are bad, if that make any sense. And it sounds like me, I don't know how to decipher the two.
no, I don't think, no, I think this is what I've seen after watching y'all for a while. When I hear you speak, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just what I see. When it's a very intimate topic, when it's a very sensitive topic, you have opinions. But when the gentlemen tend to speak to you or want to deliver it, you get upset. And the reason I say this is because I was you. And then even when they try to give you different viewpoints, I don't think you mean to, but you shut them down and they can't finish the sentence. And I think sometimes if you would just let them finish, they would actually, I promise, they will loop back around, and they will take accountability on. A lot of times it's a gender issue that you get upset, and I get it, but it's if you would let them loop back around, they'll always come back and say, yes, he was wrong, or they'll try to give you both sides. But in the moment, I think what gets us in trouble, and this is for me, and this is what I kind of see in you, we tend to deflect too quick. Like whenever we're being, it's kind of like when you're trying to teach your kids, tell them something and they're like trying to talk back and you're trying to explain to them why. Deflecting doesn't help, because then that's like you're missing the opportunity for growth. Now, I won't always say, and I don't know for them particularly, but the delivery is not always, sometimes the delivery can be a little, and I've had to learn it's not, I'm not saying it's always right, but sometimes I have to realize, and I learned this from my dad, it's not that don't pay so much attention to the delivery, but the message. And they know too when their delivery is harsh. I'm sure they know, but when you're coming from a hurt place, people can see it and it comes out whether you want it to or not. And so the other thing that's going to do is it's going to deter the type of people you attract, because they're going to see the trauma. They're going to see like if you talk, or if they're trying to talk to you, if you get real, defensive. And I used to get really defensive to the point where, like I said, I could be pretty condescending. I'm not proud to say that, but I just learned to let people talk, and it's come a long way. So I don't think whenever you say like they troll you, I wouldn't pay so much attention to it. But I think
No, they're not trolling me. They be trolling other people on the panel
right.
about the situation.
Oh,
and I feel some type of way. I don't feel like the guys troll me, and I don't feel like they judge me. I feel like I've only been offended one time, and it's a entire panel. Yes, they've made me cry, but that don't mean I'm offended by them. That just means
I think you
I'm
just feel
taking what they
But I mean, as I watch, there's plenty of times where you'll come back and you'll be like, oh, you're right. So I think accountability is not like your weak suit. You do take accountability when you're wrong,
I'm just not used to the delivery yet. And that's why I asked them to bear with me. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying what you think is wrong. But I'm just saying, as a person who's dealing with trauma, who's trying to be open with men, who's trying to understand men, who's trying to learn a man. It's like, if I'm emotional, I know me. I'm not going to be able to receive what you're saying, if that makes any sense.
Kim, I need to ask you something real quick. I don't
Coach
want to.
them on where I'm at, and hopefully, I'm hoping that just based on what I heard from them, that's why I feel like I could do that with them, because I feel like they're emotionally intelligent enough to understand me, if that makes any sense.
That's why they don't that's why they don't ever go low. Because I think about it, if you were to have this conversation with other men or other men I see on podcasts, they would break you apart.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
I noticed a lot of times before they respond, Trev's pretty good about it. They pause and then they'll and it's because they know that we're coming from an emotional place, so it's not going to get them riled up. I think we would really have to be super disrespectful to get them out of character. I think, from what I've seen over the months, I don't think you would really have to say something to them. But even then, I think they're pretty good at doing that. One of the books that I read, just real quick, that I love, and I don't know how I didn't know all this. I always tell myself, how are you a nurse but you didn't know this? So I read this book, and I think Di, you should read it. It's called The Way of the Superior Man. I'll put it in the chat. Oh my God. I tell myself all the time, Kimberly Lynn, how did you not know this? When I read it, it makes them so simplified. I'm like, oh my God, like I have complicated the man. They're actually no, I'm not kidding.
I feel like I complicate the man too. I do. And that's why I feel like I don't know what questions to ask to make me feel like what understanding I'm lacking. Like,
I can tell you in one sentence what it is. And I was like, that's it. Like when I read it and I figured it out, I was like, that's it. A man has to have a purpose before you. He has to love God more than you and have a purpose. After that, I offended my friend because I said, after that, you get the byproduct. And her natural reaction, I don't want the byproduct of a man. I said, see, you don't even get what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when a man has his purpose and he's making his stamp in the world, you get the best parts of him.
don't get offended by the byproduct. If he doesn't have a purpose and all he has is you, he's already failed you and the world. I was like, it talks about how a man sees sex, his purpose, his family, his connection to the community. Hands down, one of the best books I've ever
So
read.
Kim, I have a question. Why do you think that do you believe, like, for me as a woman, because I was raised around a lot of men who lacked purpose, who didn't believe in themselves, and I had to like kind of like let them know, like, hey, like, I low key noticed that you do this and you're good at this. Why don't you go for this? You go what I'm saying? So do you think that's probably one of my reasons? Like, I feel like that's what I've been finding purpose in my whole life. So now I can't, like, now I'm not looking for a man with purpose. I'm looking for a man that I can help find purpose, because that's what I think my value is.
No, so one of the things that in this book, I'm glad that you said that. What it says is, when a man, he has to find his own purpose, you can absolutely support him. You can and you can motivate him. It's actually it's very attractive. Sometimes it says a man, when they go into their quiet periods, like not dating, or even if he's married and he wants to like step back from his job, a lot of times it's their reset, right? You're supportive. You're still letting him be, the masculine man. And it talks about masculine and feminine energy in it. But one of the things about it is when he finds his purpose, you can absolutely bounce ideas off of him. But once he finds it, you're there literally in helpmate. A lot of people think that purpose means like a job. Biblically, what purpose means is work. So God created work, meaning a purpose for the man first, then us for the helpmate, right? That's what I believe. So when the way they broke it down is they need to have found their purpose and they need to know it first. And once they have that and know that, everything's golden after
So
that.
then what we supposed to have then when we like
No,
what we
Yeah.
so you're getting it out of order. So and I'm not married, so these men are married, they could correct me. So what I'm supposed to do, if I understand this book correctly,
like until I find him, like what am I doing?
so no, you have purpose too. Like God gives everybody, I believe everybody, he gives everybody purpose. But what you do is you'll be in yours and you'll be found, because he who finds a wife finds a good thing. So he'll find you'll be positioned somewhere and he'll come across you. I know the new age,
If I like
they're
put
supposed to,
myself in the right environments, if I'm where I'm supposed to be and I'm in my purpose, I'm now surrounded by people who also is sharing that same purpose.
Hey, Kim, I do have a question too.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is just for the people that's watching, right? You said the woman should be able to have purpose too. Now, do you think that some women choose not to get with a man because they want to focus on their purpose?
Yes.
So the Bible says that not everybody's meant to be married, and that some people, he doesn't ever give them the desire to be married, which they do great. They do great work in their singleness, and I believe that. However, if you have the desire to be married, that's where the form of submission comes in. So, like, for example, if I met a man and I knew he was in his divine purpose, I would have to ask myself, like, okay, where do you see yourself? And I think that goes back to alignment. And I also think it goes back to being equally yoked. So for instance, if he said, Kim, you can still be a nurse, but I only want you to work 1 or 2 days, and I can contribute to my household or whatever and still support my husband and his vision, then I'm his helpmate, because I have to get out of my own selfish needs, right? And I still wouldn't be leaving my purpose. And there's other ways that you can be purposeful. Like, it doesn't always have to be your job. Like, so for me, I could do a multitude of other things in my career. It would just be a conversation. I couldn't see myself picking my career over my husband. Now, could I have said that 10 years ago? No. But, as you get older and life humbles you, I would absolutely, if I say I want to get married and I want the kind of man that I say that I want, I feel like he will also understand and respect my purpose, but it'll be like a nice balance. I feel like I'll be able to still be a nurse, but just maybe not work as much, right? And when you're in your singleness versus when you're married, that's two totally different things.
I think I get distracted.
Kim, I had a question real quick.
By
okay,
other
go ahead,
men
sorry.
Who's
I just had a question. I just had a question real quick.
Okay.
So, and it seems like you have already began to answer it, but I just want to make sure. At some point, you had to have a come to Jesus moment, right? Like, because for you to describe yourself as, having similar behaviors to what
or situations that Di is experiencing right now to graduating to where it appears you are now, right? Presently. What do you think helped you the most? What was the catalyst to make you desire change or even be able to begin to change? Because a lot of women want to, but they don't know where the hell to start. What would you recommend? What was your come to Jesus moment? What made you decide that this was the way instead of what it was before?
Before I answer that, I want to ask my mentor. Can I share my breakup story, mentor?
No, don't do
Okay,
that.
don't do that. Okay,
You can answer, but you don't have to share your personal story.
not my personal, but life humbled me in a way that I realized that who I thought I was versus how men saw me were very different. And we broke up, and I realized in that moment that I was a modern day woman, and I had the same, and I didn't know it. I had the same ideas that a lot of women had, the checklist, and I had my education and my degree, and I wanted this, and I did that, and I didn't realize it. The men that I desired to want did not want that type of woman. I was in the thick of it. I didn't realize it. I was literally looking at my degree. I was like, I have a master's. I've done, blah, blah, blah. I have XYZ. And it wasn't until like 5 years ago, I was like, oh my God, they don't care about that. What we think they care about, they don't. And I hate to use this word, but I'll use it. And it's the best way I can explain it. I was attracting beta men. When I go back and look, these are men that would have never corrected me. These are men that would have given me whatever, would have let me do whatever. And those weren't the men I wanted. But I had a lot of masculine traits, and a heterosexual man is heterosexual for a reason. He wants a woman, not a man. So even though I looked like a woman, I didn't exude any of it. I didn't know it. I didn't realize it. I was, you're caught up in it. And like Darwin says, the people you hung around, the content you watch, just the things like you don't realize it. And then you look up one day, and I always tell the young nurses this when they say stuff. I'm like, because they're young, right? They're young, they're traveling, they're making money, they're going wherever. They come into work after being late all night, and they'll talk about their dating, and they're like, oh, it's horrible out here. And I'm like, it's not. I'm like, okay, guys, 25 turns into 35, turns into 45, turns into menopause. Look at me, like I'm 40, you're 25. Date the friend zone guy. They don't care about your degree. Go to the coffee shop. You don't have to have a 5-star, all out meal. Like, you don't want to, and I tell them, you don't want to be me. Like, and I say that, like, date the man that you're friend zoning. When you start watching everybody else around you do the things that you want to, that will humble you. At least for me, it's humbling. Like, and then you realize, and then the biggest catalyst was, I was like, okay, I'm not doing something right. I sought out mentors, like Darwin's my mentor, and I had to tell myself, Kim, you're going to have to listen to men. If you want to date a man, why would you listen to a woman? And I'm not discrediting women. I'm not saying women don't have good, but the people that, if I am going to listen to a woman, it should be a married woman. Why would I listen to my friend that's single? Why wouldn't I listen to the man that's married or a married woman? If I want to date a man, listen to what they say. And when I sat down and thought about it, a lot of men say the same things, like the exact same things of what they want. They want a woman that's agreeable, submissive, that's going to be respectable. They don't care about all the lashes and all that. Yes, y'all like pretty women, but y'all want a woman. You're not asking me about my degree. You don't care about my degree. Does it help? Sure, but that's not what you care about. Like, a heterosexual man wants to date a woman. And it's very simple. I think women like myself at that time, we made it very hard, and it's not very hard. And a lot of men, I also learned, a lot of men will let you work They don't have care about your degree. It's just how you go about doing it, also how you talk to them, like respectable. If you have a high, high earning position, that's cool. Just when you get home, be a woman. That's it. And I'm not saying that to downplay any woman who's like, a CEO or anything. I'm just saying, and a lot of women are CEOs and they do well. They're married. Obviously they've done it right. I wasn't. I was doing it like it was, I was out of order. So I got humbled. I didn't want to get humbled. Life humbled me quickly, and I can't get the years back.
We also spoke about how to hone in on the type of guy that you desire, right?
Right.
And you also, what's important about the guy you desire?
I want him to love God more than he loves me.
Okay, but what else?
Core values.
No, what does he desire?
Because
a lot of women fail at that. They have this guy they want. That's fine. You got a preference, and nobody's gonna beat you up for having a specific guy you want to be with.
Submissive.
Everybody skip over what this man wants.
Submissive. So what does he want? Like letting him lead properly, like being submissive, being agreeable.
I have a question, real quick. Do y'all believe in alpha women? Do y'all believe those women exist? So why do people call me that? What traits do I have of an alpha woman?
Who called you
controlling you?
It was this guy. He was spiritual. He wasn't nobody that tried to talk to me or nothing, but he was just like, based on how you talking, because I was telling him what I want, and he like, well, you're not gonna get that based on how you act. You act like an alpha. And I'm like, what does that? I don't even understand what that means.
What he meant to say was, what he probably meant to say was, because both men and women possess masculine and feminine energy, but some men are masculine at their core, some men are more feminine at their core. But what he's probably saying is the way you come across, how you can talk, and it's very masculine presenting. And a masculine man, if you look at it, there's sexual polarity and then there's relationship polarity. A man that operates very heavily in his masculine dominance, they don't want the same. So I was the same, so I'm not going to be attractive. So I would have been considered and coined a masculine woman, meaning a man will look at me like, oh, she's attractive enough, but then they start hearing you talk, they're automatically, they're not interested. So when I would talk to Darwin, he would say, Kim, the man that you're seeking, he needs a woman that's submissive, that's going to be agreeable, that's going to be, a wife, like. And I didn't exude a lot of that. I didn't think I didn't. So I'll just say that.
Those so broad statements. I think men don't give damaged women who really want to be married. Like they expect us to know stuff that we just not don't know.
What it all comes down to is trust as well. Trust was broken somewhere along the line where it's hard for you to kind of give that up. And if you never built with somebody or never been with somebody that was able to add value, like y'all add value to each other, it's going to be difficult. And like the longer you wait, it's going to be hard for you to even recognize what that looks like, because you're so used to moving on your own. You're so used to doing everything on your own.
Yeah.
But you're operating from a place of scarcity. You're operating from like a trauma response, and it just until you like really like. So you have two choices. This is what I tell people: you have two choices. You can let life humble you, which I don't recommend, because I said, no, I'm serious. That's why I tell all the young nurses, please don't. Or if you already know this and you have people around you that are like on this podcast, these people, men and women, do the work now instead of letting life humble you. Because when life humbles you, it's not as nice as when people try to help you.
Trust me, that's why I tell Lapeef, that's why I'm here. I use this safe space to be vulnerable and transparent so I can learn. That's why I try to tell people to get through to me, like, because I be knowing it's me.
Something else too is that because you're human, I don't think that you're going to be able to get rid of those feelings, but it's just about kind of regulating it, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to have to regulate it. And then what makes it easier is if you can apply the logic behind it. So you're not doing it just because this is what men want necessarily, right? You're trying to yield a certain result. And if you can put it all together to say, well, it doesn't make sense if by default, if it's in his nature to to want to lead and he's a good man that's capable of leading me, then it would make sense for me to allow him to lead and to trust in him until he shows signs that he's not trustworthy. So you got to apply the logic to it so it could just be this like circle of good things happening in your relationship. But if you don't see the logic in it, then I don't think that you're going to yield because what happens is that you're going to get triggered. There's going to be some times that you may not want to be agreeable. And are you able to regulate those feelings in that moment? And are you able to see the logic as to why you're doing it? So like I think a lot of
So
men
y'all don't mind dealing with it, but if I could hold some form of accountability, that men might be able to work with
no,
it. Is
because
what
that's after the fact. You're talking about accountability. What you want to do is try to prevent it from getting there.
Right.
And so that's where the self-awareness comes in there, right? Like me, like I'm human, so I feel some emotions, but I regulate it. Because if I didn't regulate my emotions, then I'd be out here doing a whole bunch of dumb shit. So you have to be able to learn how to regulate. Like I understand who I am. I understand like what will trigger me. I understand that there's a bigger thing that I have to understand. Like I got shit to lose. I got kids, so I can't move in a certain way because logically, if I do this, then my kid's not gonna have a father. So you have to regulate those emotions. I tell people you can feel. I tell my son, I say it's okay for you to feel, but you need to make sure you check that before it hits that external.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did
I
I
just cried
miss
with y'all
anything,
because
Darwin? Did I
I
miss
want
anything?
y'all to help me.
Tell me.
Well, this cooperation is key thing.
Yes, the co-op. Yeah.
You've already made a milestone. You know, we had an issue with you being impressionable. Like you were already stuck in your ways. You had this mindset that a man had to be X, Y, and Z. And you had these standards that wasn't backed by anything. It was just something you made up or something you regurgitated from a little bit of your history and what you hearing the girls talk and all that stuff is important. If you're going to be impressionable, you got to be willing to look at a man and see what he embodies. And typically that's this. If you call yourself religious or have some type of faith, then you look at those things to see if he embodied that faith or those religious standards. And that's how you know that this man can get approval from your covering, because not only does he embody it, he's actually living it. You know what I'm saying? He's got a stable lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? All of the six pack and all that other stuff, you just try to ignore that. It's okay it's a good thing if you can find somebody who have those physical the traits. That's good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to even say it's lucky, but we did talk about how you could maximize yourself and increase the chances of running into that.
Right.
And what was that?
Optimizing myself in all realms, physical, mental, spiritually, all of them. So
You gotta get in the gym to get your body right. You
What
gotta
does
know.
optimizing mean?
So what he means is, and at first when he told me this, and I had to remind myself because I was like, what? When our first couple of sessions, I was so irritated. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, God, he makes me irritated, but I kept going because I was like, Kim, you need this. Like, you can't. Obviously, you're like out here, like you can't do this. I had to humble myself. But he kept using that word, and he kept saying, well, what are your results, or what do you want? And I was like, I was so irritated, y'all. After I would get off the phone with Darwin, I was so irritated. And then I realized he was in the military, and then it came together. I was like, oh. So when he kept talking about optimizing, Darwin is real big on like results. Like he does not want to hear it if you're not doing anything about it. And every session got deeper and deeper. And he was like, okay, like first it started with like who I was, what I thought, and then he dismantled everything that I thought. And I was like, oh. And he was like, it's not, what is it backed by? It's not like, and you're supposed to be a spiritual person. How does that even make sense? And then I was like, I felt challenged, and sometimes I would want to like argue, but I would listen. So when he says optimize, he means optimize like at every level. Physically, what are you doing? Are you working out? How are you eating? Sleeping. And then for the spiritual part, like, are you reading the word? What content are you listening to? What kind of books? And then the people, who are you hanging around? What are they saying? Like, does it make sense to where you want to go? And like optimizing at every level, and like all of it, like the mind, everything. to
Just
come together.
everything you're taking in,
Yeah.
everything you
So
see,
not
and
just like
everything you hearing.
physical, mental, what I'm reading, how
Yeah.
I'm speaking, how I'm dressing, what am I presenting to the world. Some of the things that I think are like, if I see something, I'll ask him, and he's like, no. And then I have to remind myself, well, he's a man, right? So obviously he knows what I'm saying. Because sometimes what I think is not at all what he thinks. Sometimes I like my guy friends, I'll ask them something and they'll tell me the same answer he did. And I'm like, okay, so they're all telling the truth, but they're all saying the same thing, right?
Mm.
And it's I just realized that I think women, we make some things not a little, I think we make a lot of things way harder than what they actually are. And I also learned, like, in terms of the whole standard thing and Darwin.
I'm not gonna lie, for it to be that easy, I have been realizing it's way easier than what I thought. But then I be feeling bad, like, damn, y'all that simple. Like, I be feeling.
They are. So we have a
Mhm.
checklist. They're more forgiving. Men have an umbrella. Like, they may have preferences, but they don't like stick to this list like we do, which is why I think we don't, Black women specifically, why we only get married at what, 25-28%. Some say it's because there's not enough Black men, but I don't think that's true. I think we just put them in the friend zone.
You have all these unrealistic standards too that you
Yeah.
want these men to meet.
Yeah.
And that thing that's unfortunate, and I think Trav touched on it. Like, there used to be a time where you didn't have to worry about a woman submitting and compromising, cooperating with you if you chose her as your wife. When you found favor in a woman, she was down, and it didn't matter about your money or nothing. But now you got money, you got to be very careful, because the woman ain't going to be down with you for love and just submit to you. She's only there with you for the exchange, for the transaction. So these men are moving like, well, then if I'm going to do this, I'm going to get the best thing I can find. So that's the unfortunate situation. We want love. We want the love to be genuine. We want it to be on a level where we look at each other for our character.
Right.
But because women have, and I can't help to keep pushing feminism into it, but women are fixing their own standards and creating their own systems for a man to fit into, when it was never like that. That was supposed to.
A way that
I
a
want
guy
to kind of clear
explained
that up
feminism
about
to me.
the men thing, because so in the world itself, right, there's actually more men than there are women, right? But let's just go into the United States. Let's get all the way down to the specifics. Let's go to Black men and women, and
Right.
I want to even incorporate the incarcerated. After all of those ridiculous factors, there's still about 83 men to every 100 women. So even though it's a few more of us, there's still an 83% chance you could sit here and get a dude. You know what I mean? So you may have to work a little hard, but just think about all of those men that you ignore. Kim really hit the nail on the head when she said that friend zone guy, because every female has one of those or several of those at their disposal, or have had it at some point.
Mhm.
They had all of the very important qualities that women actually complain about not being able to find, but then there's that other stuff they throw on top, these weird metrics that society has now told women that they should require, even if they don't have the metrics that men require. So we just got to think about that. It's a lot easier than you think. If you are intentional about finding a husband, you will. But
Right.
being intentional just isn't in the thought. It's in your actions.
Correct. So the other thing about that is, as I got older, and this is just the hard, brutal truth. The more attractive a man is, the more money he has, and I'll say it to the day I die, the more options he has, excuse me. And I'm not a competitive person. So I think you mentioned it earlier, Trev, like, you have to ask yourself, are you willing to compete? No, I don't even have a competitive nature. Like, whatever you want, just take it. And that's not, I know. It's just, I don't have it in me. And this is why, though, I'm not a jealous woman. I will readily tell, like, I give people their flowers. If you're attractive, you're attractive. But I say that to say, the older you get, a woman just has to be careful because our dating market value versus our self market value are different. That's where I would mess up, right? Just because I think I'm this, that's not what was happening. I wasn't what I thought I was. And so I had to get humbled and what a man thinks I am. And because I desire to date a man and what I think I am, we're not, they were like two totally different places. And then I realized, okay, this is actually what men want and look. And that's why, you know, some of my guy friends would say, Kim, that's why a lot of men that, you know, you'll see a lot of men that maybe do well, they'll take this, and I hate to use numbers, I hate to do this, but they'll take the 6 or 7 that's peaceful and agreeable over the bratty, loud, obnoxious 8 or 9. He said, and I'm going to tell you, and this is this is my guy friend he's an attractive guy, and I've never talked to him, I promise. He's had some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. Like we've gone out, we met him, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, why don't you marry that one? He's like, no, she's like intolerable. And I'm like, but she's out to dinner with us. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, there's nothing wrong with her. Like, she looks better than Kim Kardashian, for crying out loud. And he's like, no, like, and then I'll see a girl that he's talked to for, 3-4 months. And I'm like, and I'm not saying she's ugly. She's not, but I'm like,
she's not the stereotypical girl that they say is supposed to be picked.
Well, some of these girls look like, I'm not kidding, they look like they could walk on a runway. Not just I'm not talking about body. I'm talking about they have
from head to toe. I get what you're saying. Like how she carry herself.
Yeah. And they're so pretty. And I'm like, I can see you with her. And he's like, yeah, aesthetically, she's my type. But what I need is this. And the other one's just, she's what I would call a girl next door pretty. Where this one's like, you can't stop looking at her because they're like, all their features, her hair, everything's just, they're like, Jesus Christ, she looks like she could be in Vogue. And he's like, no. And so that's another thing I learned. Like, men get older, they still have a lot of options. They do. You can be a 40-year-old man and date 25, 30. We all know that, right? Us, it's a little different, right? We just lose it. And I don't mean that.
I just need to know how to compete. I think the reason why I'm uncomfortable with competing is because I don't even understand. When I hear men talk, I don't be understanding to begin with. So it's like, why am I trying to put myself in the field that I don't even know how to compete? Now I don't want to compete.
And I don't want y'all to.
Should we be?
I don't want y'all to get it confused when I say
competing.
compete.
Like
when I say compete, I'm not saying like you're literally going head to head with another female. When I say to be competitive, is that you should just seem like a better option from even what he's seen previously, right? Like, are you more nurturing? Are you more warm? Are you more friendly? Are you easy to talk to?
We as women, we tend to think like, as soon as I talk to this guy, I want him to cut his hose off immediately. Am I wrong?
Well, no, that's not competitive. That is territorial.
Yeah,
and men are generally not going to appreciate that. Right. For you to be that, you have to earn that. He's going to choose you. If you are what he wants, you don't have to tell him to drop a damn thing. He's going to start pouring into you, but you just have to compel him to do that. You can't do it by force. That's not the way. You have to do it with love and by pouring into him. And then he's going to say, this is something that I need in my life.
I try to force him by using my cat.
No, that's not enough. That's a good start.
I'm not giving it to you until I get a from you.
That ain't gonna. That's not gonna work either. That definitely is not gonna work. That won't work. So the main thing is to be whatever this man wants and needs. If you are both of those, that and he really desires you, not just sexually, but just he likes to be around you. He loves your presence. He can't get enough of you. He's going to want to wife you, and he's going to execute on that. Yeah. If he knows that's where you are, if you behave like a wife, then you'll end up being a wife. It's almost like how you want a promotion at a job. A lot of women will put they know how to get a career, right? They know how to kill it with that interview. That will be your first date. They know how to dress appropriately. They dress for whatever the occasion is. You have to learn to dress appropriately for this man's taste. And when you want to get that position, if you want to get promoted, then you normally perform well. You perform like that supervisor that you already are. When you want to become management, you start to act like a manager. And then he's going to be compelled to make you a manager.
And a wife is not a wife when she's dating, or a fiance is not a fiance when she's asked. A wife, I call it a wife. A wife is already a wife. They know that, Di. So they can see everything in us. They watch how we talk, everything. Like, they're more quiet about us. Like they're not loud about it, but they're gonna watch how you dress, what you post, your family dynamics, how you carry yourself, how you speak to others, if they take you out to dinner, even that your mannerisms, like everything, like your nails. And I say that like, are you a long nail loud? And I hate to use it, and
that's crazy. I love long nails.
No, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's
No, I'm
wrong.
just
What I'm
playing.
saying is the things that every man, they're all different, but it's the nuances are the same. Meaning they look at how you dress and how you carry yourself, and they like Trev said, because we know every man is different, but there's some things that are the same. One of those being how they have to see how you're going to fit into their life, and they can spot you. I hate to say, they can spot you a mile away, and they already know if they like you, and we know that too. Like when if you're texting me every morning but you're a busy man, you have found time. If you're texting me once a week, I'm not the one. They make time for you. It's the way they talk to you, the way they carry themselves around you, the little things that they do. Men, when they want you, they just come get you. That's the best. I mean, that's just the truth.
I have a high school mind frame, and I do need to mature. That's what it is. When I think about wife, I be thinking like, okay, make sure I'm keeping my body to myself. Make sure I know how to talk. Make sure I'm respectful to his mother. Make sure I'm respectful. I don't think about none of the stuff that's talked about, like submissiveness, support. Like, of course, I know you guys support his dreams, but the way y'all describe it is the way different from what I see.
Do you think, let me ask you a question, Di. If you met the man of your dreams, seriously, tomorrow, do you think you're ready for him?
Hell no. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I don't even think I would. Like, he could come tomorrow and it could be perfect. Like, he could I take care of your family. Oh, I could deal with your emotions. I'm going to be like, damn, what can I do for you? I don't want to be here. Like, that's how I'm going to feel.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me get to these super chats and we can just talk on the back end. Red Boy, $2. False allegations are extremely common. Natasha, $5 says, stop making stuff up. She went live and posted the paperwork, which says the father penetrated his own 2 and 4-year-old children. Search Shy 87, $2 says, salute to the niece for dropping the Paloma.
Her last name Morales, too. So Paloma Morales.
All right, boy. Y'all on it. Devil Games X49 says, believe all women has left the room. Don't trust sad stories off the internet. Also, I trophy wife as a glorified piece of meat. Red Boy, $2 says the husband's only crime is that he is a simp. Devil Games X199. At the end of the day, the mom is protecting a monster. Devil Game X499. I now understand why the man ended up in this situation. He was desperate for a baddie. That man is a beta simp. Gents, bet don't fall, wash baddie. Congo English, what's going on, brother? $10. I like that. LOL reminds me of my little sister. I can talk to her about anything. Lastly, Kevin Cook, $2. We understand your fear is your man falling off. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Special thanks to the panel and their perspectives. Thank you, chat, and also Ghost Watchers. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you're watching the replay, make sure you hit the like button. Catch us next Thursday. We are out.
Mm-hmm.